What's up, guys? I hope everybody is doing well today. Had my hair to yeah, this holds this. I hope everybody's doing well today. Welcome to the kitchen. We are going to watch. It is a trigger warning type of day. I did my homework today, aka thank you, Hector, for some lovely clips that you sent me. I watched them ahead of time because I was working. And hi, Hector. And so I'm just going to pre-warn you guys, there's some graphic description of crime in some of the videos that we're going to be watching tonight. And so if that isn't your thing, then I totally understand it. But I just wanted to get that out there. I did label the stream Effed Up Friday for a reason, although I think that that could be a fun recurring segment that we could do. Although maybe not always on Fridays. Let me know what you guys. I don't think there's any pew pews, Sashina, but there's some. It's just real ass court shit. You know how it is. Hi, T Rex. Vicky's here. Melanie's here. Hector, of course, is here. Thank you. Beverly here. Um, KH I saw earlier. Hi, guys. Could you go ahead and let me know what you had for dinner? If you didn't like what you had for dinner, please tell me what you wish you had. Also, clock in for your shift. Actually, I saw a lot of people did that already. It's always really humbling to me when I pop into a live to start getting set up for an evening and I notice that there are like 10 likes already. That's really, really special. So thank you guys very much for that. Beverly's having beans and rice. Hi, Dana. Melanie, I know you haven't eaten dinner yet. It's only 4:25 on my side of the world, but I'm just doing that. T-Rex had dino nuggets. Dino. You'd rather a salmon fillet. Well, come to this part of BC. There's lots of salmon here. I do. Oh, thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you because it is the best free way that you can help your girl out by hitting that like button and leaving comments too. That's really great. Like our live chat is really lively, but for some reason YouTube Daddy just like loves the comments. Am I affected by the wildfires in the Northwest Territories? No. So I am on an island, so it's going to be separate. Oh, don't even mention it. No, wait. No sauce, no Vienna sausage, no. Okay, but here's the thing. I want everybody, well, no, what? I want everybody, no, how about I do it? I'll do it. Oh, I'm gonna be a streamer. Watch me do this. Earlier, I guess some people might not even know what we're talking about, y'all. But was that in the members only? See, it all runs together. But earlier today, we were watching yeah, it was members only. For Credence and Mikey, my babies, of course. And this girl, first of all, I felt seen. I felt like really seen in that episode with just like this girl in the kitchen. She's got how many thousand people watching her, and I'm just like, I was trying in my kitchen for so long. And I made way better food than that. Like my burgers look delicious. We could go back. Anyways, yes, white trash cookbook. So here's the thing though. Do you know what that looked like almost identically to me? Is what I know as a like Korean dish. Hold on, watch this. Watch this. Tteokbokki. Doesn't that look almost identical to what she's making? And it's gluten rice in like a tomato type sauce. Seriously, it looks almost the same. Because I would never think that those were sausages. That's not something I've ever eaten before. Vienna sausages. I've heard people call them Wiener sausages. But these are, this is a glutinous, so texture of this very off for a lot of people, especially North American people. I've watched a lot of people eat tteokbokki. That's what they say. Uh, yeah, I don't even want to talk about that one, Hector, because that was just nasty. But this, seriously, I was like, I think if you put them together, they look quite the same. I am. That's because I'm trying to do 10 things at once. It's because I'm trying to do 10 things at once. I can't do that. I still only have one computer. I know all those other streamers have 50,000, but I've just got the one. Okay, so like I said beforehand, please clock in for your shift. Also, guys, this is a trigger warning, real crime, true crime. And thank you to Hector. Actually, we're gonna start with the other one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oops. I'll tell you why. Because it's even crazier.
All right. Calling case numbers. Oh, you know what? Let me ask before we call the case. Mr.
So when I first this, I thought, oh shit. Thought like Hector's censoring. But in fact, the judge has a button just like I do, turn on and off mic. And gotta love it. I love it. Like I said, guys, please be prepared. This is gonna be pretty graphic. This is a sentencing hearing.
Right. So, calling case numbers 21003-469-01FH and 23001-488-01FC. Both matters, People State of Michigan versus Corey Canty. Excuse me. Party, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Bickerstaff on behalf of the people, P82215.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecny, P64800. Behalf of Mr. Canty on the homicide matter and standing in for the attorney of record, William Winters, on the arson matter with Mr. Canty's permission to stand up. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And can you state your name for the record? Court Canty.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So we are here today, yes, for a sentencing in the arson matter and our settled record in the homicide matter.
That's correct.
So why don't we, I guess we can start with the homicide matter.
Yes, Judge. So in regard to the homicide matter, I believe both myself and Mr. Konecny received a criminal responsibility report from February 13th of 2023. In that report that was authored by Glenn Toplin, Toplyn, from February 13th of 2023, Dr. Toplin opined that Mr. Canty was legally insane for the current alleged offense. And based on that finding, the people would stipulate to that finding.
As with the veteran.
All right, so stipulated.
And Judge, based on that finding, the people have drafted a settled record, which has been reviewed by defense counsel.
That's correct.
And I believe if there's no objection, I'll read that into the record. I have signed it and defense counsel will sign it.
Absolutely.
And then it'll be presented to the court.
All right, thank you.
And that reads, and you have a copy for the court reporter. This matter is before the court for the purposes of entering a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. On October 10th, 2022, Detroit police officers were flagged down by Dorothy Moore.
Okay, so hopefully we are doing a little bit of, it's not super choppy, but that sometimes comes from just being Canada. Actually, hold on. Let me try something. If this one works better, I'm gonna be weirded out, but I will know why. Anyway, so if we're realizing what's happened here, this person's been charged with 2 crimes, arson and the big M word, um, a gathering of crows, and they've been found legally insane on one of those matters, which is a little bit odd. To me, I wonder why they wouldn't have found that on both, but we still need to listen. Thank you so much, Melanie. You're so sweet. Canadian internet is still carried by dog sled, absolutely. And remember, I'm on an island. Those dogs have to swim.
In the area of Connor Street and Harper Avenue in Detroit, Michigan. Dorothy Moore told police officers she went to check on her son, Corey Canty, at 5040 Fairview Street in the city of Detroit, Michigan, and Canty stated that he had killed John. Moore told officers that while at 5040 Fairview Street, she saw feet, legs, and a hand of a person covered by a blanket, as well as the windows of the location to be broken out. Moore asked Canty what happened, to which Canty replied he killed John and that John wanted to die. Moore then left the location and flagged down officers. The responding officers requested a scout to go to 5040 Fairview Street. 2 officers entered the upstairs flat for a well-being check and observed a white male who appeared to be unresponsive and not breathing. The victim's face and head were covered by duct tape, with evidence of severe trauma to the head and forehead, including blood pooled beneath the head. Officers were able to identify the victim as John Bobble based on items on the victim and items located at the scene. Medics arrived at 5040 Fairview Street and declared the white male deceased. The victim was transported to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office and assigned medical examiner number 22-14126. Dr. Nicole Kroom of the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office conducted an autopsy on John Bobble on October 11th of 2022. She noted the male was found deceased in a residence with head trauma and duct tape wrapped around his head, covering the nose and mouth. Postmortem examination revealed abrasions to the head and neck, hemorrhages to the internal scalp, multiple skull bones and brain, and abrasions to the chest and arms. It was Dr. Kroom's opinion that the death was caused by multiple blunt force injuries and suffocation, and the manner of death is homicide. Canty was taken into custody and gave a statement to police officers after being advised of his Miranda rights. Canty stated his friend, John Bobble, was sick and he had to put Bobble to rest. According to Canty, he put tape on Bobble's nose, face, and eyes, and then struck Bobble with a metal pole to the side of his head, and then struck him with a wooden stick to the face and nose. Canty was shown a single photo of Bobble and identified the victim as John Bobble. On February 13th of 2023, Dr. Glenn Toplin, licensed
May he rest in peace. I apologize, Mr. Bobble. I'm not promoting a drinking game where everyone drinks every time they hear the word bobble. That's not appropriate. I would never do that. T-Rex said something pretty, I think, real recently. I don't think John did want to die. I don't know. Like I said, this is both distressing and perplexing as a case because we have not only a situation where it sounds like somebody is dealing with mental illness, but we're going to allow them to be not responsible. You've arrived late to effed up Fridays, she's a maker. That's what's happening. And you're barely late, 17 minutes. Usually I haven't even started the court yet. Yeah, Jesus. See, you can tell I listened first, Hector, because I literally was like, I'm gonna have to name this effed up Fridays. And you know what? Again, um, I know this off by heart now. Guys, if you are suffering, if you or a friend or somebody you know is suffering from mental illness and needs help, please go to 988lifeline.org or text 988, I believe, in the States. Um, there's no shame in that. It's so important that we destigmatize the shame around mental illness and getting treatment for mental illness before people commit heinous crimes. It's not always possible. I'm also not blaming mental illness for this. We all know, and I will absolutely go to bat the fact that, in fact, people with mental illness commit less violent crimes. That's just literally the statistics. It's not more. So, again, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you or somebody you know is suffering, please reach out for help and keep reaching out if you continue to need it. Vicky, did I sound like I said dentist? Because it was like last night when the guy said, I thought he said he got a vasectomy and I was so happy. I was like, literally, could anybody have come in and said a better thing when you have unpaid child support other than I got a vasectomy? Turns out he didn't get a vasectomy. He got some back surgery, still fucking spurting himself all over the place. Jesus Christ. Anyways, yes, med check. Take the meds. Take your meds. Don't worry about making your bed. That's not really important.
Psychologist and counseling forensic examiner with the State of Michigan Department of Community Health, Center for Forensic Psychiatry, provided the court with his written opinion that defendant Corey Canty met the criteria for being legally insane at the time of the alleged offense. Dr. Toplin opined that the defendant was mentally ill at the time of the offense as defined by statute, and that Canty lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the nature and quality of wrongfulness or his conduct and to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. Dr. Toplin opined that the defendant has ongoing symptoms of psychosis that include tangential thinking, delusional beliefs about the Obamas and doing work for the White House, receiving special messages from the television, and experiencing a variety of auditory hallucinations. Overall, the information from multiple sources strongly suggests tangential thinking, that the defendant has ongoing symptoms of psychosis that include tangential thinking, delusional beliefs about the Obamas and doing work for the White House, receiving special messages from the television, and experiencing a variety of auditory hallucinations. Overall, the information from multiple sources strongly suggests that Mr. Canty has an ongoing severe psychiatric disorder that impairs his basic contact with reality. The parties have moved the court to accept Dr. Toplin's findings and to enter an order that defendant Corey Canty was legally insane at the time of the alleged incident and is therefore not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, having reviewed the facts and circumstances of this case and having reviewed Dr. Toplin's opinion, the defendant wishes to enter a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, and the prosecution has no objection. And then, Judge, I am handing this to defense counsel for defense counsel's signature. The last line does just read, the court having reviewed the matter and having been fully apprised in the promise, likewise does not object and hereby accepts defendant Corey's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, but I will leave that to the court, obviously, once the court reviews the document.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
Amen. Take a seat.
And if the court does adopt that settled record, the people do have a commitment order already filled out for the court's signature.
Okay. The court is in agreement and will sign the order.
May I approach with the order?
Okay.
I think something really important to point out in this, which is, firstly, I think this is a great example of either a broadcasted court session or a hybrid where they are utilizing both in-person court and Zoom capabilities. You guys that have been here a long time know that I personally have worked on online court projects for different levels of government, but also um, just, I believe we've watched so much court. I've heard judges say the participation level is much higher, but what you're going to notice here is the deference that is given to this judge because these are lawyers in a courtroom. And so she's saying, may I approach? The rate of speech is a lot slower. People are not interrupting themselves all the time or other people all the time. And unfortunately, what needs to be done in order to keep online court going and not diminish the sort of justice system part of it is to create that sort of air of a courtroom before people arrive. And it's a hard balance to strike. But what I'm saying is in this courtroom, you're finding a good balance. I'm hearing everybody okay. Maybe I'm not seeing everything perfectly, but I'm able to be participating by watching. Some courtrooms have just hideous audio. We all know that. Well, anybody that records court knows that. I mean, not records court, makes content. That's what we'll call it, making content.
Right. Commitment order has been signed. So anything else as it relates to the homicide?
Judge, just based on the settled record and the order that the court has signed, the people would ask that this court remand the defendant to the custody of the Center for Forensic Psychiatry for 60 days for initial review.
All right. And the court will grant that request and remand Mr. Canty to the Center of Forensic Psychiatry for the next 60 days.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey, where on earth would you find time to record court? You're too busy bullying people. I'm joking. No, honestly, I think anybody that creates content, and let's just use that euphemistically, on YouTube, and all y'all do it better than I do, as we can see by my demonetization / move over to new channel. Also, that's a great reminder, guys. Please sub to the new channel. We just need 500 subs so we can get our stickers back. Anyways, what I'm saying is it's hard work, especially the good courts, especially the good stuff. Hector knows it. All you guys are doing, great work, and I appreciate it all. I appreciate the snazzy overlay too, MB. That was me. That work I did. But, no, I don't make content, T-Rex. Remember, I literally was demonetized for reused content. I was like, just because I'm bad at editing doesn't mean I didn't try. I tried. That's the worst part. A genuine effort was made. I tried to steal nothing. I've never even made a single Manning video. I've made one Manning video so long ago. But imagine. Anyways. And Lucy, 100%. Imagine being defendant's mom and having to deal with this. This is heartbreaking. I think what's really going to be interesting here is that while he was just found not criminally responsible by reason of insanity for this murder, God, unaliving? I'm just not good at not saying the right words. I just, as soon as it was out of my mouth, I was like, I can't take those words back in my mouth. The unaliving. But yet we're about to hear about an arson charge where what happened in that state of mind doesn't seem to have any sort of will or whatever. Let's continue. Let's keep on going with this. We're going to do this, and then we've got another one from Hector, and then I've got some Bothell, because, it's Friday, and I'm feeling a little bit fun. And then we might do some word games later, even. I got that working again, too.
To the arson matter. had the opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
And are there any additions or corrections?
People have no additions, corrections, or deletions to the report.
Actually, you know what, Kay? That's a really good point. Perhaps this is a relief to a family member who's been dealing with somebody with severe mental illness for a long time. It sounds like she was involved. She was there immediately after, and she did the absolute right thing, the difficult, scary thing, but calling the police immediately upon knowing something was wrong. And that should be absolutely acknowledged as a mother. That must be difficult to do, but it is the right thing to do. And maybe she is slightly relieved that there may be some checks and balances in place to keep him somewhat safe, and more importantly, maybe to keep others safe. Because at this point, it's probably less about him and more about the destruction that he may cause, unbeknownst to him, unfortunately, but due to his mental illness. And I think that when we talk with people that have family members with mental illness, part of that destigmatization comes in the way we engage that. And that's hard to do as well. You know, if people that have family members with mental illness, like you guys know, I have ADHD, but I like to say that's the most treatable of the mental illnesses, luckily, with medication in a lot of ways. But I think it's just hard to approach people about those things. So if you have any tips, put them in the chat. Having open dialogue, I think, is really the best thing you can do. If something makes you uncomfortable, you just say that. Hey, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I don't know why, but it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable or funny inside, and I'm not sure how to deal with that, but I love you and we'll figure it out together. That's really that's the way it is,
Defense has no additions, corrections, or deletions either.
All right, thank you. I know there's an agreement in this matter, but are the guidelines scored correctly?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
And can people go over the terms of that sentencing agreement in this matter?
Yes, Judge. The defendant is going to be pleading guilty as charged to count 1, second-degree arson, with a sentence agreement of 3 years probation, with the first year in the Wayne County Jail, no early release, and no credit for time served.
Okay. And anything else that the people wish to state before the court closes the sentence?
Judge, the people would just ask that the court adopt this sentence agreement in this case.
All right, thank you. And anything defense wishes to say?
Your Honor, we'd also concur with the request to adopt the agreement. The only other thing I would ask is the court would keep any costs associated with this as low as possible and waive what it can, knowing that Mr. Canty's going to be going into mental health treatment and evaluation. That just kind of sitting there hanging over him. I don't want there to be a problem later for whatever is determined as his best course of action for treatment.
All right.
So I just asked that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And the court will waive the court costs and the attorney's fees in this matter. So, Mr. Canty, in case number 2100346901FH, you are to be sentenced to probation for a term of 3 years, subject to the following special conditions. You must not use or possess alcoholic beverages or other intoxicants. You must not enter bars or other places where the primary purpose is to serve alcoholic beverages for drinking on site unless the field agent has first given you written permission for your employment at a specific location. You must comply with the requirements of alcohol testing directed by the field agent. You must not attempt to submit any fraudulent or adulterate samples for testing. You must not hinder, obstruct, tamper, or otherwise interfere with testing procedures. You must present proper identification at the time of testing. You must comply with the requirements of drug testing directed by the field agent. You must not attempt to submit any fraudulent or adulterate samples for testing. You must not hinder, obstruct, tamper, or otherwise interfere with testing procedures. You must present proper identification at the time of testing. You must complete outpatient or residential substance abuse treatment when you are referred by the field agent. You You must complete a substance abuse assessment when you're referred by the field agent. You must take medication as prescribed by a licensed physician. You must complete a psychological evaluation when you are referred by the field agent. You must complete the cognitive behavioral treatment program. You must enroll in or continue in educational or vocational training as directed by the field agent. You must not change residence unless you first obtain written permission from the field agent. You must not engage in any assaultive, abusive, threatening, or intimidating behavior. You must not use any object as a weapon. You must not own, use, or have under your control or area of control a weapon of any type or any imitation of a weapon. You must not be in the company of anyone you know to possess these items. You must submit to a search of your person and property, including but not limited to your vehicle, residence, and computer, without need of a warrant if the field agent has reasonable cause to believe you have items which violate the conditions of your probation. You must make genuine efforts to find and maintain legitimate employment of a
That's an interesting condition. Although I do think that it's pretty common for people. Is this parole? Remember that time I mislabeled something? It was parole. It was like probation and parole, and I did the opposite. And everyone's like, you clickbaited. I was like, no, I fucking made a mistake, is what happened. Anyways, whatever this one is, I do think that a standard condition can be to require them to submit to searches upon request. But I didn't know that they could be asked like for unwarranted searches. Like they don't even need a warrant at all. Like just no reason. Anyways, you guys are doing great with clocking in. I appreciate it so much. Like I said, YouTube Daddy, it really helps. Probation. Yeah. So probation, and he has to spend the first year in Wayne County. Now, that makes me nervous. He needs to be in obviously intensive inpatient psychiatric care, not a jail setting. Oh dear.
minimum of 30 hours per week unless engaged in an alternative program approved by the field agent. You must provide ongoing verification of employment or alternative program to the field agent. You shall not give reason to be terminated or voluntarily terminate your employment or alternative program unless you first obtain written permission from the field agent. You must pay crime victims assessment in the amount of $68 as ordered by the court. You're going to waive your $1,300 in court costs and the $400 in attorney's fees. You must consent to assignment of wages until court-ordered assessments are paid in full unless otherwise directed by the field agent. And you must pay $130 state costs as ordered by the court. We'll ask if Mr. Canty could please review his appellate rights. Sign for those.
So one time, just this is almost over, and we're gonna then watch another case, equally fucked up. Pre-warning. Oh, Sashina, I was gonna say something, but this is gonna sort of out me a little bit, and I'm not gonna be like doing an up close. I don't really want people going back to look. But I have a broken tooth as well. And I had it fixed before, but I broke it again. I have to get it fixed again. So don't worry that much about it. I hope he's being sent to the forensic psychiatry hospital. Okay. What I was going to say, thank you for the reminder. That's perfect segue back. So I watched a documentary once, I believe, no, it was on YouTube. It's always on YouTube. When in doubt, it's YouTube for me. Where these British people had basically lied and claimed insanity or mental illness, but it turns out that they were way, way, way more like incarcerated because they were kept indefinitely in these mental institutions as opposed to just serving a sentence for whatever petty crime they may have actually committed. And there was also this guy who was a psychiatrist who talked his way into a mental institution and then couldn't talk his way out. Like literally had to have a lawyer. Actually, I'm gonna find that. Maybe we'll do a Discord watch on that one day. But because he literally had he was making a documentary. He was like, this is how you get into a court or into the mental hospital, but then he literally could not get out and he had to get a lawyer, I think, to come who had like paperwork ahead of time prepped and stuff. It was a bit nuts. I remember watching that. But again, at the base here, what we have is a problem with dealing with mental illness in a compassionate way. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind. There's a spectrum of mental illness and there's a spectrum of humanity that people have. And that's just sort of what we need to be as people as we go forward. So I am glad that this gentleman was able to see a doctor, that they were able to do a diagnosis and go from there. I hope he's able to get some relief from treatment. That's what my hope would be for him. But, that's a difficult thing to hope for somebody to receive in the mental health, in the judicial system, or even the mental health system, unfortunately. Like I said, let's finish this one off. Then we're going to watch yet another slightly disturbing one. And then we're going to end with some, I think, first appearances. That'll be a little bit lighter. Maybe Steven Tyler will be there moonlighting as we get them to do. Okay, I am ADHD as fuck. And I have some good workarounds for it, but it's hard. There has to be, the will. Or 20 people encouraging you live.
All right, we are in receipt of Mr. Canty's signed appellate rights. So is there anything else before we conclude this matter?
Nothing on behalf of the people.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, nothing else. Then I'll conclude the matter. Mr. Canty, good luck with you and your treatment, sir.
Hi, Erica, and welcome anybody who's just joined us. Please go ahead and click in for your shift. Please note, this is up Friday.
00227 SL 50% Michigan versus Dwayne Jones. And case number 18S 00228 equals to
I should give that a better disclaimer. It's fucked up Friday, folks. So that means that these cases are fucked up. No, I didn't get scared away, Kay. I'm just, I'm trying to be like a professional, like streamer, like BRB screen and all those things. Cellulite yoga pants, fashionably late, coming in yoga pants, baby. Yet again, I need to give a trigger warning to people. This includes mentions, I believe, of SA, of breach of trust, of absolutely nasty things that I enjoy only with consent. But only with consent. Those are my rules. We don't kink shame in here, but we do crime shame. Let's put it that way. Anyways, this is a massage with a unhappy ending. And again, here's the problem that I have with these things is because there are women out there that want that. They can't safely get that experience, but you can't, it's just so hard to, anyway. I already told you about my modern madam's idea for a brothel.
Southfield versus Dwayne Jones.
Andrew Duvall on behalf of the state of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Smith, P number 83034, on behalf of Juwan Jones, who's present in the courtroom and is standing to my right. Mr. Jones, can you please state your first and last name?
Juwan Jones.
All right, now, looks like this. Have you talked to the city attorney? Because it looks like the city one is actually scheduled for 1:30, but they put them both together.
It is, Your Honor. I spoke with the city attorney this morning, and he was in agreement with handling both matters this morning.
Okay.
My client was provided with a pre-trial conference summary form that we reviewed. He did sign it. It has been submitted to the court. So that Mr. Jones does not have to make a second trip here today.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so Mr. Jones, what's your name?
Juwan Jones.
And so you're here for the state matter is performing some type of an occupation that requires a license without a license. That was massage therapy. That's a 90-day misdemeanor with a $5 fine. And then the city case appears to be something similar. That is no massage establishment license, 90 days, $500 fine, and knowingly, unlawfully touching a person in a massage establishment.
Hold on. The legal lady in me goes, didn't you just say he did not have a massage establishment license? It says intermission, Hector, because I don't know how to change it. Also, this is an intermission for life. No, but seriously, can you have it both ways? Can he be running an illegal, like, or a non-license, or not have a massage license, but also be charged with a crime while in the commission of massages? Like, I'm not sure. Maybe I need to listen again a little bit more. Yes, Vicky, I'd like to point that out. This courtroom, unfortunately, so when I was giving praise to the other courtroom, you can understand this is not a recorder problem. It's the beginning courtroom that has the main issues a lot of the time. So we do our best. Hector, thank you again for the clip. We do our best. Like, that's literally it. Sometimes you can't pump any volume anymore. I sit there and I'm like, for fuck's sake, get a better microphone. Can we send a sound system?
Touching a person in a massage establishment. All right, so that's also 90 days, $500 fine. All right, so you do understand both the charges, correct?
Yes.
And you have a right to trial on both charges with your lawyer representing you. You understand that? All right, so did you work something out on this?
Well, Your Honor, first I would indicate that I did submit a discovery request to both the state and the city. We've received written discovery back on both matters, and I confirmed with Southfield Police Department that due to the age of the case and retention policies, there is no electronic telephone 911 body cam, which they didn't actually have body cam back then. But there was an interview that footage is not available again because of the age of the case and the retention. So we do have all discovery on this matter. I have had an opportunity to share that information with Mr. Jones. He's had the ability to review it. We've discussed his case, and he has
No, from what I understand, 23andMe does not release to law enforcement, but there is a, I think it's Mormon run, like open-based genetic database that I do believe does exchange data with law enforcement, as far as I'm aware. And also, yes, this either the woman is tiny or the man is gigantic.
decided to proceed in seeing no contest in both cases today. On all counts, Judge.
Okay. So, do you have police reports in both matters?
Yes, Judge.
I need to see those.
Would you like both or just one copy, Judge? They're the same.
The police report's the same for both of these?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'll just need one copy. Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes. It's the same incident? Back in 2018? Okay, so Mr. Jones, I'm gonna take your plea. It'll be a no contest plea, meaning that you won't be contesting anything at all. And I'm gonna look at this police report to make a determination if there's sufficient factual basis here to support your no contest pleas in both of these cases. And if I do find there's enough information there, it would be an adjudication in both cases, so there would be convictions on all three of the charges, you understand that? Okay, so, I'm gonna go over each of the constitutional rights that you're waiving, by pleading, with you. And if you understand each of these rights, then all you're gonna need to do is say yes as we go. And then if you have a question, there'll be an opportunity to pose it. So I'm gonna start with the fact, again, that you do have a right to have a trial here by judge or by jury with your lawyer, which you are, won't run away by plea, you understand?
Yes.
At that trial, you have the right to subpoena witnesses, meaning you have the right to escort or order witnesses to come forth to testify on your behalf. You have a right to that.
Yes.
You have the right to question through your lawyer any of the witnesses that are against you at a trial, which you'll be waived. You understand that?
Yes.
You also have the right to testify on your own behalf at a trial, but if you choose not to, no one can hold it against you. You understand? You're gonna waive that.
Yes.
And you have the right to be presumed innocent of any charges, all of them, unless proven guilty of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt by the prosecution. You understand?
Yes.
If you're on probation or parole and you plead, the plea could be considered a violation of probation or parole as in the case. You understand? And you read and signed an advice rights form for both files, I see, correct?
Yes.
Went over that with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Have any questions about your rights on the form? All right, understand this. When you accept the plea today, you will not have a trial of any kind, and you'll be giving up these rights that are listed here, and the rights I'm going over, which are some of them are the same. You understand that? And you also understand the possible penalties involved with all three of the counts we discussed earlier.
Yes.
And you wish to still plead to the performing an occupation without a license, no massage establishment license, and unlawful activity. It would be touching of someone. Anybody, then there'll be a no contest for anybody who force or threaten to make you give up the right to have a full trial.
That's a good question again.
Did anyone force or threaten you?
No.
Did anyone promise you anything to make you give up your right to trial? Are you doing something really involuntary? I'm gonna look at the Southfield Police Incident Report number it's actually 18001901, dated January 13th of 2018. For the factual basis. And the address is 15565 Northland Drive, apartment number 803W.
But Kay makes a good point. Like, if they need and can get a warrant with probable cause, then they can. And that's how they did it. Like, your pap smear is not normally submitted to a genetic database. That is somebody got a warrant for that, which means they had a lead, which means they had a credible lead that a judge determined was a warrant executable lead. I think that is the key factor that we want to keep going. Although I really appreciate the sort of niche and like fun factor of getting genetically tested and seeing some cool things about yourself. I don't think that the step around of, although again, like, here's the difficult thing. What if you don't know who your parent, there's so many legal and ethical questions that surround those things that I do believe that there should still be judicial authority involved in it, in the same way that if they need to get a search warrant to get it, they should have to get a search warrant to get it from the genetic company. On the other hand, and that's for the ones that you pay for, right? I watched a case again on YouTube of this woman who ended up finding out that her mother's gynecologist had donated his own sperm instead of getting a real sperm donor, and he had done it to like 30 different women in Texas. And so she had like 30 siblings on this freaking genetic site and was like, what the fuck? Like, it was a real horrible, horrible thing. And even so far as I think he was her doctor at one point, his own fucking daughter's doctor, without telling her. Like, that was fucked up too. And that was, I think, on like 2020. I watched it on YouTube, but you know what I mean.
That's in the city of Southfield.
I have people in my life that have been adopted, like close by to me. And I've also, when I ran the mommies group, there was lots of adoptive mothers and parents that joined our group. I think, um, I think that it's such a difference. Like there are some truly selfless and crazy, situations that require a selfless decision to be made. And it takes away from it when there's somebody out there abusing such a position of power as to impregnate people with their own sperm, or as to, you know, flip the odds in their own. It's a yucky feeling because, again, I think that adoption can be a huge gift. I know somebody whose mother was like 15 when she gave birth and gave him up for adoption, and he, it's just a different life. But on the other hand, he's never really wanted to find her or anything like that, and that's just his choice as well. That's the way it is. But it would be a lot harder if you're, um, are we going to double speed? Okay, I know how to deal with that. But it would be a lot harder to deal with if you thought both your parents were who they were, and then they didn't even know that you had different parents. That's such a breach of trust. That's quite the age, Hector. 93. Wow. Aren't we all Ariana Grande songs at some point? No worries, Hector. I appreciate it. I get it, my dude. I get it. This is a good time to check and make sure that you've clocked in for your shift, hitting the like button. You know how helpful that is with YouTube Daddy and me and our tenuous relationship. Um, it's Friday. It's Fun Friday. We're gonna have some fun. We've started with both of these edged up stories, and we're gonna move on to some arraignments or something, and we'll see what the night takes.
All right, well, I reviewed this Seoul Police report. It does appear to be a sufficient factual basis for no contest pleading. Each of the counts amendments, 1 count of state case and the 2 counts of the city case. The report does indicate that on the date that I indicated, it was reported on January 13th, 2018, for the address on the Northland Drive in the city of Southfield. Apparently, on that date, in the Southfield Police Department at the front desk, someone named Ms. Smith came in and advised she wanted to file a criminal sexual conduct report. Stated that she purchased a Groupon for a massage for 60 minutes. She did go to that address that I mentioned earlier in the city of Southfield on January 12th, 2018. Escorted to the room by the defendant, Mr. Jones, where he told her to change and he'd be back. Then massaged her while she laid on her stomach, told her to turn on her back, inquired if it was okay to do the area. She asked him to clarify. He waved his hands over her upper body. She thought that he meant shoulders, so she said yes. Then after massaging shoulders, he then massaged her breasts and nipples. She said she became afraid. Then he began to massage her right thigh. His fingers touched the vagina, and then began to rub her clitoris. She says he did ask if he was going too far. She said she didn't know that that was part of massage or muscle. He said, yes, it is. He was done, told her to get up. She got dressed. He asked for a tip. She gave money. She said she was afraid at that time during the whole incident. She had never gave him permission to touch breasts, nipples, vagina, or clitoris. And that she had previously had a massage with him and everything was professional, but not on this occasion. So the statement was taken. There was a photo lineup where he was picked out of a photo lineup, apparently. There's some anonymous calls about this incident, and another incident regarding someone else. Apparently, also, when officers further investigated, they found out that the business was listed in the building directory. That there was apparently no massage license or professional licenses in any of the Lara or other accurate databases. And he's not registered with the city of Southfield as a massage therapist. And he doesn't have a business permit either from the city of Southfield.
You know, Hector, thank you for mentioning that. She gave a tip. This is hideous. As I've said before, we don't kink shame here. Some people's kink is having a massage that goes like that. And that's okay. Except that it's very hard to acquire that or give it and so without legal prostitution or legal sex work, okay? And we all know my feelings on sex work. I believe that it should be absolutely legalized and brought up to safety standards, but it would solve a lot of the problems in this case. This dude could go and get a job being a bit of a perv for people that want to have pervs, okay? And also, it would remove him from the general population where he's fucking giving good massages first and then luring people back. Like, that's fucking not cool, man. Again, this is an assault and it's not okay. I'm never okay with that. That's never okay. But what I'm trying to point out is the solution to this problem may not be constant incarceration of people like this. It should maybe be a broader topic of adult sexuality and the exploration of that being okay in certain circumstances with certain people for certain prices. Like that might be, again, a lot of that would have to be ironed out, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it will fix everything, but there's a way that it can help. There was a gentleman in my city that was arrested for the same thing. And again, an absolute breach of trust. An absolute breach of trust here. It's not even, and I'm just going to be upfront and frank here. Like, it's not even at the same level as when perhaps a woman might offer a happy ending at a massage parlor, because we know that that happens. And I'm not even saying that that's bad. But what I do know from what I've experienced when I've been to massages with guys before, but also just from talking about guys, you're asked. And if you say no, the answer is no. Like it's a price thing, but it's also just there's a request, a consent agreement, basically. And I'm not saying that it makes it legal. It doesn't. Camera would. But honestly, that is removed from this part. And that's why there's an issue here again. Again, if this came to light where it was like this person offered this service, the person declined, they did a regular massage and left and felt uncomfortable, I would feel totally different about this. I would say, I don't think that that's inappropriate. If you offer something and they decline and you respect that, I would be okay with that. I wouldn't think that that would be a crime. And I guess it's not what we're talking about here. And I know that there are massage parlors where it goes both ways, but what I'm saying is it doesn't sound like there was ever any offer to this woman that she even outright was able to decline. This was an assault, unfortunately. But that's because there's no way to outright offer that without exposing yourself to law enforcement scrutiny, which is not helpful. So yet again, this is why the legalities of this actually come back and make a big difference. Because if you decriminalize and destigmatize sex work, all you do is make them safer and remove it from the like underworld of in terms of funding. So again, we've talked about this before, my modern madams one day.
And there was, I guess, some other incident where someone had alleged conduct similar that went even further. And that person had become uncooperative. So I think based upon the facts of this case, we've established that there was a performing of occupation without a license, that there was no city business permit or license, and that based upon the statements of Ms. Smith, apparently he did some unlawful illegal touching of her private areas during this massage. So people satisfied for the state case? Mr. Fowler?
People are satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
You satisfied for both?
Yes, Your Honor, with one exception, I just want to clarify that.
Hold on. Oh my God, I'm such a dumbass. And this is why, again, aphantasia. I have no visual imagery in my head, and sometimes I watch the screen. I do, but I listen more than I watch. I forgot we're talking about this gentleman on the screen. I forgot we're talking about this giant man. Race does not matter at all. There is an implicit power differential when you've got somebody naked, when you've got all these different things. So yet again, consent is about more than just your cock and the government. Like, it's so much more. Hi, CRD. Welcome. Make sure you've clocked in for your shift. Gotta pay for the bills somehow. No, I'm just joking. Actually, that doesn't pay bills at all. Who am I kidding?
When you said that the statements made by Ms. Smith, we're speaking of the complaining witness, Ms. Smith, and not Mr. Jones' attorney, myself, Ms. Smith.
Of course, I've read the whole police report. It's not you, it's a Miss Smith. I think her name's Stephanie Smith, if you want me to put her whole name.
It is, Judge, I just want
On
to
the
be
record.
clear.
All right, so I'm gonna be satisfied as well. Factual basis for the plea court rules been complied with. And I'll accept those no contest pleas. I'm finding that they are freely understanding, voluntarily accurate, and no information.
Your Honor, you did not request the basis for the request for the no contest plea. Did you want to do that?
No, I don't need it. I mean, it's a misdemeanor. You need it mostly in felonies. But if you want to say civil liability, I can see that.
Civil liability and age of the case, Judge, just my memory for that reason.
Okay. All right, so let's do a pre-sentence report on this. I need to get a lot more information on Mr. Jones.
You guys know I was visiting with my sisters and my dad this week.
Make a note of
And
this, both files, and
Judge,
do we have
am
a
I talking? Jesus Christ. Just for that, Judge. Just for that. I was just diversion to a story. hanging out with my sisters and my dad, who are visiting from Nova Scotia right now. One of the sisters still lives here. And it turns out one of my other sisters is going to go to hair school. So I will have two sisters that are hairdressers. But then there are two sisters that are not hairdressers. And I was like, see, I'm the only one that would do it. I would absolutely sacrifice my hair to a funny video. Now I'm like, oh, I wonder why they think I'm weird. To a funny video of all four of us cutting hair and then them trying to see who's the hairdresser and who's not. But then I thought, that's not even fun. Why don't we do it two sisters on each team? One sister who is a hairdresser and one sister who's not a hairdresser working together like via a headset. So like I'm the non-hairdressing sister and I can only take instructions. Oh my God. Oh, also, yeah, I think I got sunburnt on my shoulder. Anyways, they were not into that for some reason. I can't sell my hair, Hector. I would happily. I cut off 2 feet of hair recently. Well, not recently, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. My hair's been processed, so I cannot sell it, unfortunately. This is not my normal hair color. It's sort of close. Like, I mean, it's not that bad, but just much more gray, to be honest with you. So, oh, that'd be cool. Cellulite yoga pants. That would be awesome, actually. I'd love to chat about that more. Let's finish this video, then we're gonna figure out what else we're gonna watch next. If we're gonna play word games, if we're going to what we're gonna do. Sunburn on my shoulder. I don't know that John Denver song, Hector, but you should post it in the Discord under music of the night. Sometimes I get upset because I'll like pump myself up listening to music ahead of the stream, and then I have to turn it off when I go on stream, and it really bothers me because I want to hang out with y'all and listen to music, but YouTube Daddy, yet again. Oh, as we're doing an interim, let's do a trivia question, an adulthood therapy trivia question. Oh, so remember, I bought this video. I bought this board game at a secondhand store that I found. It's called Therapy. And I've just gone ahead and picked a random question here. And we have adulthood. From adulthood, the question is, two similar candidates are running for president. One with a long name and one with a short name. Who will probably win? So, go ahead and put your answers in the chat below. I think that's a good idea, Vicky. Word games tomorrow. We'll do some more court tonight. Word games tomorrow, though. So once again, the question is, if you have two similar candidates who are running for president, and I'm assuming that they mean in the United States, one with a long name and one with a short name, who will probably win? Get your votes in now. We have Shoette, Sort, Short. I love you guys. Long name from Beverly Bradford. What else? Who else is going to get one in here? Long or short? Remember, I will always cite my sources, and we know why we cite sources. Because it's never bad when somebody else teaches you something. I don't know. Long is better, says Courtney. Most votes, Mayor. Okay, just jumping right around it. Depends, says Shashina. Well, duh. Long name from Bruce. Very true, Melanie says. McNome got it right. Easily recognized name means more likely to win from Cellulite Yoga Pants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this should be the beginning of my application to be like the new Jeopardy lady. Once again, our question was, if two similar candidates are running for president, one with a long name, one with a short name, who will win? And the answer is the candidate with the long name The candidate with the longer name of the two majority party candidates has won the popular vote nearly 80% of the presidential elections ever held. The site for that is Psychology Today, October 1984, page 12. If anybody in the world gets me a copy of that magazine, page 12, for that site, what would I give for that? I don't know. Lunch. I was thinking it was going to be short too. I really did. They didn't really give us any psychology as to why they would. They just said what the reality is. And again, I sort of think that's good. So like I said, let's finish off this court stream. We're going to go to Bothell for a little bit, do a little bit of first appearances or arraignments, and then we'll see where the night takes us. Joe is shorter. I know. Were they talking about first names, middle name, last name? I don't have a middle name. I have two last names. You know how it goes. And again, we don't talk. I just got finished explaining to somebody today. I'm like, we don't really talk politics in my chat. Like, everybody's allowed to have their own politics. And that's not the reason that we're there. All of us come together and discuss bigger issues, stepping back from politics. And I think that's something really special about this part of the internet, is that while politics do affect who we are and what we think, I think that it's really important that we come together as people and talk about things. And I think that's what we often do here. And yet, fucking game, just screwing me over, asking a political question. Like, come on. Let's do one more before we start. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Yes, this is great. Here we go. Oh, I love this. Okay. Question. Melvin misplaced his wallet when he was drunk last night and can't find it this morning. To find it, should he A, go back to sleep for a couple of hours, B, get drunk again, or C, wait until it is dark and then look? Once again, Melvin partied hard last night, got drunk, and has misplaced his wallet. If Melvin is looking for his wallet, what should he do? Is it A, go back to sleep for a couple of hours, B, get drunk again, or C, wait until it is dark and then look for his wallet? Please get your votes into the chat right now. I love MB saying, me too, Melvin, me too. William says, always get drunk. Courtney says, check the fridge. KLF says, the hooker stole it, which is probably true. We are doing a trivia question from our therapy game that I bought at a secondhand store, William. We sometimes pull these out just to chit-chat about. All three, Courtney says. We're getting a lot of B's here. A lot of get drunk agains, get drunk agains, get drunk agains. Okay, I see an A from MB. Melvin doesn't make good decisions to begin with, says T-Rex Trucking. What a good point, T-Rex. So should we trust sober Melvin, drunk Melvin, tired Melvin? What do you think? I'm seeing A's. I'm seeing B's. I'm not seeing a lot of C's. Okay, Cellulite Yoga Pants says guess C. Nap until nighttime, get drunk, search. Courtney, that sounds pretty good. Melvin left his wallet at the massage parlor. Melvin left his wallet at the massage parlor. They got raided. Melvin's wallet is in lockup. And that's the truth. So let's just point out the true answer as we go forward in the world is put an AirTag in your wallet. And then you can always find your wallet. But if we are back in the day when this game was created, let's go ahead and check this out. Once again, Melvin has misplaced his wallet when he was drunk last night and can't find it this morning. To find it, should he have A, go back to sleep for a couple of hours, B, get drunk again, or C, wait until it's dark and then look? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is B, get drunk again. Fuck yeah. They said drinkers can consistently remember hiding places when they get drunk. The reference to that is Nicholson John 1977, a book called Habits. Why do you do what you do? Again, we cite sources. Anyways, we're going to go back. We are going to go ahead and finish watching The Court. I'm going to mute and take myself off screen so that it's less choppy, and we'll go forward from there. We'll have a couple more of those questions later after we switch to some other court. It's very fun. I love this. And guys, if you're just getting here, please make sure that you've gone ahead, clocked in for your shift by hitting that like button. It helps me a lot.
Date?
September 26th at 9 a.m.
I am unavailable that morning, and Judge, we believe that the city actually requested to have the date for the sentencing, and we APH of Holly was gonna waive his appearance for that.
So you want a city day?
Yes, Judge,
That's
it's my
fine.
understanding the complaining witness may want to adjourn make a statement.
That is correct. I'll waive my appearance for sensible schedule.
September 25th at 9 a.m.
I would over that day and time.
What'd you say? It wasn't good.
Oh,
It is, what is it, September?
September 25th at 9 is the city time.
Okay, September 25th, 9 a.m. All right, so someone can take him down to probation and set up a date for the pre-sentence interview. And this is the police report. We'll give that back to Ms. Jennifer Smith.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. This is case number.
That's the case number. Hold on, guys. Hold on as we decide what we're going to watch next. What is William saying? You're always disturbing shit, William. What are you saying? It's messed up to you that I had 2.5 thousand on that channel. I don't have 250. If I have 250 from when I looked earlier today, I'll be like dancing around. I don't. I probably have 218 subscribers if I'm lucky. And each one of those people is very important to me and valuable. Sometimes I wonder about people like having big channels, and I remember to myself, really doesn't matter to me. Each person that interacts with me, comments, and comes to a live, that's really what I'm here for. So 200, 2,000, I think you'll agree, I'm pretty much the same. Hey, if I get to 20,000 and I'm still the same, I think I'm good. See, 217. Hector, I was adding one because I thought somebody might have subbed since the last I checked, and that's why I said 218. That's why I said if I'm lucky. I don't watch it carefully. I know, Grammy. I'm trying to make the video work smoother. A wee bit smoother because now that I've got the overlay on, it's a bit different. I love you guys. Honestly, I have a great time. I told you guys I wished I could get my dad on the stream. Unfortunately, he's just not interested in it. I think he thinks I'm trying to like prank him or something, which I'm not, but regardless, that's okay. We have chosen family here. You know, you're born with your real family, but you get a chosen family of people that you decide to spend time with every day, and that's you guys, and that's very special to me. So, I love it, and I would argue that regardless of the growth of 100% to 2,000 people, I was still very similar to the way I am. I have great hope that I can maintain my integrity, who I am. Melanie, checking on what she's ordering for dinner. Please let us know what you're having for dinner, Melanie. We love it. We love to hear it. I'm gonna grab a drink in a minute here. Let me know what you guys are drinking. It is Friday night. You know I'm not a big drinker. caveats to that are when I go on vacation. Oh, my Scottish is coming out a wee bit. Well, my dad has a Scottish accent, right? So I've been hanging out with him today for a little bit, a wee bit, if you will. And yeah. Oh, Bruce, you're right. I love everybody who's here, and I don't really worry about the sub count anymore. I it's just not why I do it. So that's never been the concern, and I don't diet root beer K. Woo! Shit, you know what? We have to do a pop taste test because I've never tried like about a billion pops that everyone loves. Like I've never tried Dr. Pepper. I've never tried a bunch of things. Maybe when I'm down in the States for the meetup in September, I will set up a live taste test. I think that would be good. Hector, you're going for a Caesar salad? That is a Courtney special. Courtney is dead into chicken strips and salad, which I love, girl. I am all into that as well. Dr. Pepper is better than what? And also, people were telling me that I say a boot or whatever y'all think I say. I don't hear it. I'm not egging it on. I am just like, I don't hear that part at all. At all. I was a deprived child. I didn't have any pop. Also, I didn't. This sounds so weird. I love Lunchables because I was never allowed them as a child. And like those pizza Lunchables are still some of my like dirty. Oh, me too. Okay. That is such an ADHD thing, like going through phases where I'll eat the same thing or drink the same thing for a good couple months. And then all of a sudden, bam, it goes. I appreciate that, Bruce. Um, we don't hear the difference between a boots. What about a creamy because it's avocado, Courtney? I should have the chat up here while I'm doing this. It's hard for people to follow me, but this is the way it is. Yes, the meetup is for Mikey in Florida. KLF, thank you for pointing that out. I am literally just tagging along because I'm a bit of a groupie. Like, not really, but you know what I mean? Like, um, yeah, I'm gonna stay for a couple weeks in Florida. I'm gonna work from Florida. I'm gonna be streaming from Florida and doing a bunch of different things. I have some plans. So that's exciting. You don't do avocado in any form, Courtney. Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't judge. We don't shame here. But I do love me some avocado. William, your mortal enemy. Gosh. Okay, you guys, I do have some cord up here. Let's put this on here. If anybody here loves or lives in Florida or is around that area and would be able to drive down, you should always or also check out the Credence and Mikey Discord where they're talking about the meetup. I'm just going there as a fan to say hello because I want to. And that's the cool part about YouTube is like getting to meet people that you see online or that you talk to online all the time. And that's really what I'm excited about. So when I went to Matsuri last weekend, nobody knew who I was, which was fine. Which was fine. Like, I don't need to be recognized at all, but I will tell you that, like, explaining a court YouTube channel to people over and over again is tiring because nobody gets it. Literally nobody. I need to come up with a different way of explaining it, and I don't know it yet. I need to be like, I don't know, I need to figure out how to reference it to Judge Judy, maybe? Or like the Jersey Shore? I don't know. They do have a lovely convention center, Courtney, to be fair. It was really big. Really big. Huge. I posted some pictures in the Discord. I'm a lady of the night, Courtney. Or Sashina, that's true.
Matter of David Medina.
Esto es el asunto del señor David Medina.
Mr. Medina.
I have an uncanny ability to pick the fucking cases where they need a translator. Also, T-Rex, yes. You like that line? That is my line. When I used to watch or make videos, that's another Canadian thing I say, But when I was making more videos, I always open it. Hi there, or what do I say? God, I can't even remember. Hey, welcome to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. And today we have blah, 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 blah. But I guess when I'm not in the kitchen and there's no court playing, it's like really out of the realm of what people are expecting me to say. Because they literally repeat the words back. They're like, court? And I'm like, yes, court. Like the legal court. I don't know. We were at the place attached to the Hilton CRD. What was it called? The Convention Center. I think it was called the Convention Center. We went to Matsuri, the anime convention. There was a lot of Wicked costumes there. I was not dressed up in a Wicked costume at all. I was super depressed about the YouTube corner that I went to. There were I know. I watch everyday people court hearings with you guys and talk about real life issues that come up. I know, that is what I do. It is what I do. But it's just hard to it's hard to genre that. And LawTube is not even that broad of a statement. Yeah, I know. I talk to everybody. I'm not into anime. I am into people. So I was there to meet, did it have red pipes on top? I don't know. T-Rex, did it have red pipes on top? It was literally attached to the Hilton. Like you could take an escalator into the convention center. And honestly, you guys, if you want to go to Matsuri and you're close by to Houston, within driving distance, you should buy your tickets right now. They legit, I think they're on sale for like $70 for a 4-day pass to the convention. So right now is a great time to buy it. I'll tell you right now, it looked like people had a really, really great time. There was a lot of fun things going on that I didn't manage to get to, but I wish I had got to. There was a nerd burlesque show. There was a whole not safe for work artist area. It goes every year in Houston, I believe. It's MATSURI. Oh, it was the George R. Brown Convention Center. Look at that. And again, I posted some pictures on the Discord of me. I found the Federal Detention Center, of course. I met a man who was just released from jail after some traffic tickets. I was like, oh my God, sir, where are your shoes? We sat and talked to him for a while. Anyways, there was a rave. I did not go to that. I stayed in the hotel and watched YouTube because that's who I am deep down. But yeah, I had a great time. There was 3 Astros games in town that weekend. And so it was extremely busy with like happy Astros fans, which is awesome. And then also like cool anime nerds. And so it was a real great experience. You guys know how I am. I'm very like open and talkative with people, and I'm like that when I travel too. So I talk to everybody, and I wasn't worried about anime. I never had to talk anime once, to be honest. But I did. The guy who just got out of jail who had no shoes, I ended up getting him a ride home with some other guy that I met, and I like facilitated him driving him like 25 minutes out of town because he didn't have any shoes, and I felt bad about it. Still feel good about that. I was just like making things happen. Anyways, let's continue on with some of this court, even though they're going to be speaking Spanish, and we all know that that makes me sad because I failed Spanish in school many times. No habla español.
Medina is here for a review.
El señor Medina está aquí para repasar el caso.
He was given a deferred sentence on August 22nd of last year.
le dieron una condena diferida el 22 de agosto del año pasado
on a charge of theft in the third degree.
para el cargo de hurto en el tercer grado.
Among the conditions of the deferral were that he have no new criminal law violations.
Una de las condiciones para diferirlo es que él no iba a quebrantar la ley.
So, Your Honor, just to let you know, I'm not sure if you're aware, we have the interpreter for about 1 more minute.
Disculpe su señoría, no sé si usted sabe, pero tenemos a la intérprete como un minutito más
I only had the interpreter for a few minutes before.
y solamente tuve la intérprete por pocos minutos.
I believe the city has indicated that it doesn't have any objection to releasing Mr. Medina and resetting for an out of custody hearing so that we can have more time with an interpreter to discuss.
Creo que la fiscal está de acuerdo que podemos, que si usted pudiera liberar al señor Medina para que él venga a una audiencia en el futuro y para que nosotros platicamos en persona, él y yo.
Am I correct, city?
¿Es correcto, señora fiscal?
That's correct.
Es correcto.
All right. And then, Madam Clerk, what would be a new date?
¿Cuál sería la fecha nueva, señora actuaria?
And is it in person? September 6th at 1:30 in person at the courthouse.
Entonces, señor, será la audiencia el 6 de septiembre a la 1:30 en el juzgado.
Mr. Medina, you must appear at that hearing.
Señor Medina, usted está obligado a comparecer a esa audiencia.
If you do not appear, the court will issue a substantial warrant.
Si usted no comparece, la juez le va a imponer un orden de arresto
And you will not be released on your personal recognizance again in the case.
y no le van a volver a liberar por su propia responsabilidad de volver en el futuro.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes this matter. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Eso concluye este asunto. Gracias, señora intérprete. Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize to everybody for the inconvenience. Gracias a todos. Okay.
I'll defer to Ms. Kim. She has fewer cases than I do.
Ms. Kim, do you have anything ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I am ready on Isaac Williams.
Okay. Have the matter of Isaac Williams. This is 3A01575577. This matter is here for review.
And Your Honor, we're bringing him up now.
I feel like a bit of an idiot. I remember now there was this lady in the anime convention and she was wearing what I now know is a Barbie cosplay. Fucking bang on Barbie cosplay. And I wish I had stopped her and been like, yes, bitch. Yes. Because we know I liked the Barbie movie. But I hadn't seen it till I came back. And so I didn't realize. I was like, what the fuck anime is that? Again, I was there for the YouTube part.
And then the chair right there, so see, please.
Okay, this is Mr. Williams. He is here for review, and Mr. Williams was sentenced in our case on an assault in the 4th degree back in February of this year. Among the conditions were no new law violations, and I see that he has several pending law violations in Seattle Municipal Court. How are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I did review the probation report with Isaac Williams. For the purposes of today's hearing, I believe there are sufficient grounds to find that he has committed new violations for those 2 cases from Seattle, July 29th of this year and June 30th of this year. The probation report also alleges a number of other violations, if I may address them.
Yes.
He does admit that he failed to appear for probation appointment as directed. He thought he had to go in person and he did not have any transportation. He's usually in Seattle area. I just told him usually the probation appointment is by phone, so he is able to do that in the future. As to the mental health evaluation, he indicates that he's currently working on that with ICRON in Bellevue area to get the mental health assessment going. As far as the victims panel, he admits that he failed to do that. That's really a costly thing. I told him that he needs to report to probation so they can discuss how to take the victims panel, or he can contact me as well to take care of that. But I know that victims panel does cost money and it's not covered by insurance, so that might be a little problematic. But I told him he should focus on reporting to probation and discussing that and take care of mental health assessment as well. So he does apologize to court for those violations. He promises to take care of those obligations with this court. I know probation is recommending 20 days of jail. I'm asking Your Honor to consider giving him 10 days and refer him back to probation.
All right, Sophia, probation's report does recommend 20 days. Does the city have anything to add?
Based on the new law violations and the failure for compliance, the city thinks that the probation's recommendation is reasonable and we're requesting to revoke the 20 days.
Okay. All right. Well, I am concerned because there's been a pretty substantial non-compliance with the terms of the sentence, and this is an assault in the 4th degree with domestic violence allegation. I am at this point going to revoke 15 days and re-refer him to probation. And how much credit for time served does he have?
He was booked on, let's see. Earlier this week, let me get a date. Sorry, I want to say August 14th. He was booked on August 14th, so 4 days credit as of today.
And then what's the practice of the court as far as setting a time for him to report to probation? So he has a probation appointment September 13th at 1 p.m. And that can be a phone appointment. All right, so Mr. Williams, does that all make sense?
Yes, so will I be getting out today?
You're gonna have about 5 more days, 5 to 6 more days. And then you're gonna report to probation. You can call them September 13th.
Okay, so it was 20 days with 15 days revoked.
It was 15 days. I imposed 15 days. You've got credit for 5. So if you have good time, you're gonna serve 10 of those 5 days. You got credit for 4 actually. So you've got 6 days left. So get that on Wednesday next week.
Okay.
But today's Friday. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Honor.
Are those all your matters? I think they are.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. And Mr. McMahon, who do we have?
This is Mr. Rodriguez Torres.
Okay. And this is for arraignment. Got it. Okay. This is the matter of Carlos Rodriguez Torres. This is 3A0621753. And have you had an opportunity to go over Mr. Rodriguez Torres's rights at arraignment?
Yes, we went over the rights. I apprised him of the nature of the charge, as well as the mandatory, the maximum possible penalties if convicted. We'd be willing to waive for the formal reading under plea of not guilty.
And I do have an amended complaint here. Mr. Torres, is your true and correct name Carlos E. Rodriguez Torres?
Yes.
Okay, you've been charged by an amended complaint by the city of Bothell with one count of driving under the influence alleged to have occurred on or about August 16th, 2023 within the city of Bothell, and your attorney has acknowledged receipt, so I'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. I did review the probable cause statement. I am making a finding of probable cause. I will hear from the city and then from council regarding conditions.
The city is requesting bail be set at $10,000. We're also requesting an ignition interlock device. He already has one installed from the prior DUI, but we're just requesting it again. We're also requesting that he abstain from non-prescribed drugs and alcohol and standard conditions.
Okay. So this is the allegation here that is no alcohol involved. So I'm not seeing the point of an IID, especially when he already has one. I'll hear from council.
I don't believe any bail is appropriate in this case. Under the provisions of CRLJ 3.2, the factors the court should consider likely to return to court and whether or not bail is reasonably necessary to prevent the commission of a violent offense or interfering with the administration of justice. There's no allegation here of any potential to commit a violent offense, certainly none that's substantiated by the record, and he has no warrant history. Again, he's presumed innocent of this offense. He does have some supervision in place as a result of the King County case. I don't think there's any basis here to believe that Mr. Rodriguez Torres is unlikely to appear to court. For that reason, I don't see any factors here justifying the imposition of bail, especially given that he is 20 years old. He does not have significant income. I will be asking for direct appointment and probably does not have the resources with which to post any bail himself. For those reasons, I'm requesting that he be released on his personal recognizance on the condition of no alcohol, non-prescribed drugs, marijuana, no driving while licensed, insurance. And we would, even though there is no nexus, because it's already a condition of the previous DUI case in King County, we'd have no objection to the ID condition.
So I'm looking at the docket for the King County case, and it looks like he has a pretrial coming up there on August 29th. It indicates that bench warrant had been issued in that case in the amount of $20,000 back in April. And then that he was released on his PR in May. Okay, and so the next pretrial is August 29th. Among the conditions in that DUI were to have no criminal law violations and also to abstain from the use of non-prescribed drugs, including marijuana. And so I'm making a finding that he's not likely to follow court orders in this case. Based on that, I do think that bail is appropriate. I'm going to set it in the amount of $5,000.
Can I ask the court where you're getting the information that he had an abstinence condition, including marijuana? Because I know that's not very standard for King County District Court. And I don't see it reflected in the docket.
Okay, it would be a standard condition that he not commit any criminal law violations. I cannot access their file right now, obviously, but that, based on my experience, that is a standard condition. And the fact that they also entered an IID, that tends to be a standard condition in that court.
I asked the court to reconsider. I think the court's making an assumption that might not be correct about what his conditions are, but even though there is a condition of no new criminal law violations, again, under the provisions of 3.2, that's not one of the factors. The factors are commission of violent offense or failure to appear to court. I don't think the court is correct in the assumption that he had an abstinence condition regarding marijuana, but in any event, for those other reasons, I asked the court to reconsider imposition of bail at this time.
Okay, that'll be denied, and I'll set it at 5,000. And then when will be a pretrial date for it? And we will direct appoint your firm. that is that that's an in custody date or an out of custody date? That's okay. So. Okay. And that's on the which calendar? That's the 9:30 calendar? Okay. Okay. So we'll set a pretrial in 1 week. Okay, then we'll call the next matter.
All right, sir. Mr. Gibson, coming up, please. Go have a seat.
Okay. Next matter is City versus Joshua Gibson. This matter is for pretrial 3A05980443. I think this is a first pretrial.
Yes, this is going to be a request for a trial set and also a request for an intervening pretrial date early next week. Whether the court wants to do that on Monday or Tuesday, I'll defer.
Have her documents. We have any documents been submitted for the requesting dates for the in custody retrial date?
No, typically when we're setting over, I haven't been doing that, but if there's
Okay.
a document the court would
No,
like.
I didn't know. So you want an intervening pretrial?
Right, we're asking to set the trial date, and I believe a pretrial conference form has been submitted, and we're also asking for an intervening pretrial date to be set for either Monday or Tuesday of next week.
Okay. 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 All right. So, if the city can email that, these are being sent to Judge Rosano, who's obviously not here right now. So if you can, by email, so if you can send that to the clerk can print that out for me. The trial setting order.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll forward it.
So, Kay, I think what we should really realize is that bully, I utilize the term knee rack
The document I
or
received at 10:21 a.m. today.
ma'am,
Mr.
you're an intern and you're not an intern on this channel, so just let me talk for a minute. Seriously, I'm not a bully, but I can be. Absolutely, I can be. I have a vicious mind. And I'm always thinking mean things, but I don't always say those things. And that's important. That's my own growth over time. However, and many of you have been here before while I've said this, the channel, as you click into it, is Kitchen Court Chats. That's me. So I'm here to take the flack, and that's what I do. And I put myself out there. If you have a problem with the person in the chat, that's a different thing. And having a disagreement is one thing. Bullying, I don't stand for, but there has not been any bullying here. And that's the reality and the difference. Disagreements are not bullying. Not being on the same page of something is not bullying. That is not what that is. And maybe that's a snowflake or a woke or a liberal way. Nobody's calling me a bully, Beverly. It's a joke basically coming, it's not really a joke. It's the fact that adults on the internet sometimes don't recognize that they have the ability to literally remove themselves from a situation if they feel triggered by it all the time. Like, to me, as an adult, your responsibility, if you come to a place where people bother you to the point where you don't feel good, your responsibility is to leave. You can let somebody know, absolutely. But again, I wouldn't be standing for it. If people were in this chat, you guys know I read every single comment. Everyone. Even fucking Streamlabs. Mouthy bastard that he is. Also, do you guys realize how much of a meme that became this weekend a little bit when I was trying to explain to people that people thought Streamlabs was a real person? They literally couldn't believe it. I was like, well, you have to understand, if you don't stream and you're not in that realm, you wouldn't know that Streamlabs is a product. It's just, you can't assume that people do. And so I was explaining, because we had that happen before on the old channel where somebody came in and thought that they approached me and they said, hey, I got to talk to you about something. I was in a different chat and one of your mods was there and they were promoting like XYZ. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't appropriate. And I was like, what? Really? Who? And then they said Streamlabs. And I was just like, oh my God. I mean, because for anybody that doesn't understand, that's a product that I purchase that I use to stream. I pay every month to Streamlabs to purchase Streamlabs for you guys. I literally pay so you can gamble. Literally. And it's a bot that is in the room, but it's also the program that I utilize for streaming. And so if you're in the streaming world, you know what Streamlabs is. It's totally easy. But if you're a regular YouTuber who just goes around and maybe doesn't engage in a lot of chats, Streamlabs is just another username to you. In fact, it's a mouthy username to you because that person, and that's what they were trying to tell me. They're like, they were really being aggressive. And I'm laughing my ass off because, again, like I kept it going for a little while. And then I came up with this video idea. Again, my ADHD prevented me from doing it. But I was like, oh, we should do an expose on how Streamlabs is like I think that was funny. Anyways, there's nothing wrong with that. What it actually reminds me is that teaching people about the internet is important. And a great part of what this channel even is to get today. I know that there are people that think it costs money to subscribe on YouTube, even though it's free. It doesn't. I promise you, it doesn't. But again, these are the sort of funny things that happen. And as a streamer and as like somebody who is on the internet all the time, you would think that's unbelievable. I can't even think of like what the comparison would be. It would be like thinking if somebody was dialing the operator, that the operator was their friend, as opposed to like a service. That's the equivalent to maybe somebody from an older generation. Like, it is literally like being like, oh, I'll call the operator, and your friend being like, man, this operator, he fucking knows everybody. Like, that's nuts. Anyways, Beverly, I don't think people find me aggressive. I'm aggressive in other chats because I type a lot. I type real fast and I talk a lot. It was when I became a streamer and found out that a lot of my comments are flagged automatically in chats that use moderation. I thought that was hilarious. Oftentimes they shouldn't be moderated, but just the length of them, the frequency, there's many reasons why I might be flagged as spam. And then, of course, we all know how how F in the chat for the hat is a meme on this channel. F in the chat is a throwback, folks, to Call of Duty, a video game, but it is a meme that you say when you want to give condolences, respect, thanks, just acknowledge. And so, yeah, I am in a bit of panic mode, Corny. But I was in Ryan Hall, y'all. It was it was Andy, whatever his little guy is. Andy. See, look at me looking. I'm trying to see. I can't see anything in my head. My eyes just go up. I don't know why. There's nothing to be seen. But it's met Andy Hill. Oh, Andy Hill. There it is. Andy Hill. Anyways, I was in his chat. Somebody was talking about their hat having been lost in the storm. And because I am a fucking child of the revolution, let's say, I was literally like, F in the chat for the hat. And then was like immediately banned for inciting spam. And I was like ready to go live. I remember I was crying laughing. For two reasons. While F in the chat might incite spam, it is 1000% on point with what was happening. I wasn't like inciting random spam. I was inciting properly attributed spam. What does it look like when my eyes roll back in my head? I don't even know. Lisa. Some people may know from last weekend when I went out one night. But seriously, like, and again, so in this chat, there's no spam fucking block. I don't even care if you abuse that. I don't block people ever. It's just never done. And I know William made that like comment like, oh, challenge accepted. She never blocks anybody. I don't. Unless you're rampantly racist, in which I'm like, come on. Can you come up with a better argument? Like, fucking go for it and like try and engage me a little bit. I love arguing. I set up a fight corner in the goddamn Discord so people can argue. I don't shy away from debate, but I'm not into drama. And you have to be able to eat your words. And I think that's where KH, Erica, a few of our newer fam that have come to the chat lately, I think there's some respect there when you realize when there's people that give it and they take it just as well. That's important. Everybody has good days and bad days. I have extra horny days where I am unacceptably sexual, and sometimes I need just reined back in on that. And that's okay. Like, I've never run away from a chat because of that. And I always try and engage on a real, true level with people. It's the same reason why, somebody tried to impress me last weekend by telling me about these, like, ad blockers that they use on the internet. Now, I use an ad blocker, a standard ad blocker, but what they were talking about was a, like, sponsor blocker, where it found the part of a YouTube video where somebody had been sponsored and cut that out. And I thought to myself, here's the difference. If I've chosen to watch a YouTube video, subscribe to a channel, I'm respecting that person's hustle so much so that not only will I happily watch their ad that they've put through, like, I don't give a fuck what it's for. Even if it's for a video game I'll never play, for athletic greens that I might never drink, but I would take a sponsorship. Like, all of those different things, I'll watch because I respect the hustle. I pay for YouTube Premium so I don't have to watch the ads, but I absolutely will watch sponsorships within videos. And if I've decided that I support a channel enough to sub to them, I support them enough to watch that ad. And if it is so bad that I feel compelled to talk about it, I'll go to the comments. Like, this is literally how our system works. And if you remove yourself, like, without, giving, like, I pay for YouTube Premium. I pay $25 a month for YouTube Premium so that I can not worry about ads, but the creators that I watch still get credit for that. That's important to me. I value the amount of work that goes into making YouTube videos, and people don't think that there's a lot that goes into it. There's a ton that goes into it. And so when a channel that I watch gets a sponsorship, do you think I'm going to skip that? Are you fucking nuts? I'm sitting there going, fuck yeah. Athletic Greens or Magic Spoon or whatever company is smart enough to come in and take a fledgling, content creator and help them out. I think to myself, I might try that product just a little bit more. I don't necessarily buy everything, but I absolutely appreciate the hustle and the work that goes into that. And we've talked about before, like ads that interrupt your viewing make it you will never want to buy the product, Lisa. And here's the thing is that ads are the way that most channels make money. Most channels don't go live like I do. They don't actually get to interact with their viewers, which I find a little sad. That's one of the best parts that I have here. I respect the hustle though. The amount of time that I spend live, I mean, we're over 2 hours now, but the amount of time that I spend live, other channels that edit videos, they spend that plus editing those videos. Well, that's their hustle. Now, I don't enjoy doing that. And that's why the last channel failed, because I didn't do that very well. And I'm not going to do that with this channel. I'm going to create this channel to be what I am good at and what I do well. But that doesn't mean that I don't respect the fuck out of people that edit videos. Like I do. I wish I could do it, that's just a broader topic about YouTube as a YouTube daddy, as a income source, and as a place where people can gather on the internet. To be frank, there was a lot of talk of other platforms when I was away at Matsuri, which was why I went. In a way, I really do want to learn and, become a place where people don't have to give money necessarily for me to survive. That's the part that I love about making videos, perhaps that you don't do lives with, is that YouTube Daddy is paying you for that. Now, it's not the only way to do it. It's just not. And again, making money isn't the key factor. I have talked to many people, and when I was going through my appeal process for the channel, I mean, people were like, you're going to give up a channel that already has 2,500 subs? Yeah. And the reasons for that were multiple, but the organic nature of the growth of the channel is so important to me. I know the people that chat. I know the people that comment. I know the people that watch. And that's what's important to me. I had people take a look and they were like, it looks like you're doing this so that you have so these are your friends. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly right. They're like, well, that's not going to make money. I was like, I know, but I get to hang out with my friends most nights of the week. And that's literally what I wanted to do and what I continue to want to do. And so while everybody needs to, live in a way, I'm going to be carving my own pathway that includes this interaction because I honestly love it. I really enjoy it. I love reading the chat. I love hearing about you guys. I love going through your stuff with you. I love having support. The other day I was looking through my email and I found in my junk mail an email from Steven Rosen that made me cry. I was just like, what a sweet email. And, 2 weeks late from my fault, but still so lovely. And again, it's not about money. I'm here for free. That's just not how it works. But what kills me is that you could go buy views. I could go ahead and buy the subscribers, I guess, but it wouldn't be right. And that's just not how I do it. We'll get there eventually when we get there. It's just the way it'll be. And we're going to be even better. Like I've got so many fun ideas and things that we can do. Some things that I used to worry about, I'm not worried about now. And some things that I never thought about, I'm thinking about a little bit. Honestly, I appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate you all as friends. Yeah, Bruce, what's your channel? Let's hear it. Um, Beverly, I appreciate it. Honestly, you guys are, here's what I think funny. When I type in Beverly in my phone, Bradford comes up next. The same thing happens to a lot of your names in my phone. And I think that's cool. Like, y'all are my actual friends. Which is why it was a little sad when my dad wouldn't come on the stream, because it's not a joke or a prank. It was truly like, hey, these are my cool people, and we have some fun questions for you, but I'm also not worrying about that much. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain to anybody. It's never hard to explain to you guys, though. And that's the lucky part about this, having a family like this, a chosen family, if you will. Lucy, oh my gosh. Lucy, love it. I think you guys, like, we've had so many moments together that I don't know how I would have got through together or like alone. And that's part of why the chats and the courts that I used to watch before I ever started a channel were ones with chats. Because sometimes you just need to debrief. You just need to say what's on your mind. You're like, what? How? When? You know, like the questions that the kids aren't asking in the court or whatever. Many of you have changed my mind about different subjects that I didn't know much about. I'm not ashamed to admit when I learn something or when I grow or when my opinion changes, because um, that's growth, and so that's good. And also I have to remember, like, our numbers are growing every day. And again, it's not about numbers, really. The engagement that we have together. I know, CRD, we got to stop. The engagement that we have together is really valuable to me. It's in fact integral to my personal growth, because I don't do well with delayed consequences because of my ADHD. And having you guys to check in with every single day is literally invaluable to me. So I appreciate it. And before I cry more, we're going to finish watching a little bit of court. And Lisa, what great goals. What great goals. Lisa in the chat, Lisa Figueroa, has said you have 2 goals every day. Learn something new and make someone laugh. I don't think I could agree more. I've always said this. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream before, but when you're a child, time passes very slowly. You pine to be older. You just think about it all the time. What if when I'm 16? What if when I'm 18? What if when I'm 20? What if I'm a mom? You know, not realizing that the time that you're in is the most valuable time that you have. The reason that time passes so slowly as you grow up is because you spend all of this time learning something new. It slows you down. It requires you to be in the moment. And so while I might be 35 years old, I am absolutely not what I feel is 35. And it's because every single day I make a point to read something new, watch something new, talk to new people, engage on a different level, put myself in something uncomfortable. And it literally slows down time. And it seems crazy, but try it. Like, it literally will slow down your days. And that, I think, is one of the most valuable things I've ever learned how to do, is to live in the moment and slow it down. Again, if I could go back and redo, oh my God, the days that again, we always say this, if we could tell ourselves then what we know now, I would explain to old KCC, nobody's worried about what you look like. Don't worry about it. You're beautiful. enjoy your life. Think of it, just approach every day as a new day. I think T-Rex will vouch for this, but I I engage with people on a very real level when I'm out on purpose, and I remember their names. I know all those people's names that I met in Texas. I don't remember a lot of the people that I maybe had dinner with, but the people that I sat out on the street and talked to about their life, or I bought a bottle of water and listened to him talk about being homeless, those people I remember. And I was told more than once, wow, like people don't talk anymore. Well, talk is cheap. That's, I may not be rich, but I'm rich in words. Anyways, okay, let's keep going. We're going to watch some more court. I'm not even going to cry. Look how good I'm doing. Held those back. Honestly, guys, I don't even know. Like, the first one's clips were just cherry picked by Hector. Thank you. Chef's kiss, as usual. But we've got the ex-con who I found a ride for. That was Lewis. I still have Lewis's phone number. I got him a ride with English. Then we met Anthony the next day, who was literally sweeping up in like 40-degree weather. And I stopped him. I was like, sir, are you okay? Do you need a drink? And he was like, I would love a drink. And I went and got him a bottle of water. And we stood and talked for a while. And he'd been homeless for 5 years. And I was like, are you getting paid to do this? He was like, no, I just don't like it when it's dirty. And I was just like, shh. God damn it. I feel lazy. You know? Like,
Is the correct one, correct?
I only sent you one for the trial set. I did include a note in the email that I don't know what day of the week readiness is for the week before that. I'd ask that can be filled in for me if you do.
Okay. Is that something the court can fill in?
T-Rex, how careful was I? Are you saying good luck to me, Melanie? I was careful, and I always am. I am very careful. Or you're saying, what's Billy doing? Billy, don't go out in the storm. Make your own Pringles. No, I'm just joking.
I sent over the document I have.
What is the jury trial date on there?
9/11.
So it would be the Tuesday before that.
Is the readiness. So September 5th was readiness.
So just FYI, putting back on the waiting room, I'll come and get them.
Okay. Okay.
We've got a trial readiness or a trial set order with no dates on it that was sent. So maybe you can tell us what those dates would be then. Jury trial 9/11, so readiness 9/5, that be right?
I think so.
Okay. And then when would you like a pretrial?
I asked for Monday or Tuesday of next week. A lot of courts don't like to set things in custody on Mondays because of the large number of arraignments that happen after a weekend. I don't know what this court's practice is in that regard. I'll defer to the court, but either Monday or Tuesday.
Tuesday the 22nd. Let's see.
So Sheena, you know my story about when I worked as AT&T tech support, and I used to literally, this isn't going to work for you because your dad is the person to be helped, but I legitimately, in a very evil way, used to, when people would call in, they'd be like, my phone's not working. And I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you talking to me on the phone that you're calling about right now? And they're like, yeah, I am. And I'm like, oh my gosh, perfect. Okay, go ahead and just take the battery out for me. And then the call would drop. And then I would just call back their voicemail routing number, which directly goes to voicemail. It doesn't even ring their number. And I would just leave a voicemail like, oh, I'm so sorry. It looks like we were disconnected. Please call back 1-800, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then dumb people I wouldn't have to talk to because they just fucking took the battery out. And a few people would be like, doesn't that like disconnect us? I'd be like, oh yeah, funny. Perfect. Okay. Can I get the last 4 of your social for verification? And that is what I call a litmus test. Hi, Elvis.
Okay. So the discovery is incomplete. City needs to submit the video for defense counsel to review. 3-5 will need to be held to determine admissibility of statements that can be reserved to trial. Motions eliminate indication not expected to last longer than 30 minutes. Okay, so we do need, so this is within speedy trial. We're setting an intervening pretrial for Tuesday, the 22nd at 9:30. Readiness is 9:05. Jury trial is 9:11.
I should do it.
Okay, got it. So today's the 18th. Okay.
Also, this is a great reminder. If you're just getting here, go ahead and hit that like button or clock in for your shift, as we like to say around here, by hitting that like button. Remember, I was working for US customer service for AT&T, but in Canada, and we were not allowed to say that we were in Canada. That was very important. It was in fact part of the training. So they trained us because when you're on the phone for a long time with people, they ask you where you are. So we had a special line that we used to say because they would say, well, where are you? And you just say, oh, I'm just north of Seattle, which again is fucking Canada, but nobody seemed to care about that. Anyways, as another note, you all know I've had many jobs. I was a receptionist at many different places. If you want to apply for a job at a place and you fucking hand them the resume to the receptionist, you better know that she decides whether or not that resume gets fucking sent up the chain. I threw away a lot of resumes. I'd be like, no, that vibe is not flying. No. It's got to be nice to the resume, to the receptionist girl.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see Mr. Gibson back on Tuesday.
All right.
Thank you.
Travis Ryan's coming up, but have a seat, please.
Okay.
This is Cameron Williams, Your Honor.
Cameron Williams. Okay. Okay. So this is Cameron Williams, and this is 37903. Mr. Williams is here for review. He was sentenced on 6/2/22.
My goodness. Hello to Bree with her cool dad hanging out. Jonathan Hart, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well, Bree. Are you back to school yet, or are you starting back? What's going on there? Also, who asked another question? Oh, Vicky, are you asking about my job applications? Because my job applications are going 0%. Because the only place I'm applying for right now. Oh, you're talking about yesterday's application. No, that went good. but that was not for a job necessarily. We'll talk about that another day. Late at night when Bree's not here. Bree, I hope you're doing well. Your dad is very cool. I'd like you to know that. He hangs out here and he is so helpful to me whenever I'm like, hey, timestamp me, Jonathan. And he does. He's so good at that. I love it. My daughter, you all know she's 15 years old and she is starting school again in the September. So we don't have a lot of time yet, but we still have some time to get the perfect school supplies. Sometimes she doesn't like what I pick out. I pick out like kittens and puppies, and she's like, Mom, I don't need that. Anyways, let's continue watching it. I hope you're having a great night, Bree. Give your dad a hard time, but not too hard, because he is a good guy.
And the court imposed a 24-month suspended sentence for attempted theft and trespass. And my understanding, the allegations are there are new pending law violations. Are there any other allegations being made, and are we able to go forward today?
We don't intend to contest any allegations that are being made. At this point, we just ask that the court revoke some or all jail time and close the case.
And what's the city's position? Like his cases are out of other counties, the Superior Court cases, Kitsap and Pierce, it looks like. And
One main case though.
So Pierce is on warrant status. That looks like probably a no bail warrant. And then Kitsap.
So I
Looks
don't
like
know if the
that
parties
was-
are aware or not, but Mr. Williams is likely headed to Shelton for about 36 months as a result of his recent plea entered yesterday on those 4 felony matters.
Okay.
For that reason, I'd suggest that revocation and close would be appropriate.
Okay, was that in Kitsap or was that in Pierce? I guess Kitsap, because Pierce hasn't seen him yet, right?
I think it was in King County.
King County?
Is there, Jabs is giving me the spinning wheel if I don't want to do anything, but is there one that had 4 guilties for, in the same cause number?
Yeah, and you know, they're not, their dockets are really delayed. I'm looking at that one for King County.
So
Okay,
that's
guilty plea
17.
only hearing. It's actually there. So sentencing was, says plea only, think they would looks like they set sentencing over, maybe? No?
I believe so, but
Yeah.
I mean,
They'll give them a Friday. They'll give them a Friday sentencing pretty soon. So, okay. All right. So, all right. So counsel, are you asking for concurrent time then?
I mean, I am asking for that. Ultimately it's probably moot because the felony is likely to run concurrent to it regardless, but just to make sure that there aren't any complications later on, if there's some sort of programming, I know it's not going to be a DOSA, but if there were some sort of release to treatment issue or something like that, that
Okay.
would occur sometime within the next 364 days, I just ask that the time be made concurrent.
Okay. And then when was he booked for us on our case?
I'm not certain that he is booked on this case right now.
Okay. All right. What I'm inclined to do is sanction to 30 days concurrent with the felony convictions. Do you think just putting in the felony convictions is sufficient, or we need the cause numbers? Guess I can put in some cause numbers. Well, the only one that's on a conviction right now is the King County one that
Lucy,
he
are you
just
still
pled to.
here?
So that's 22-1-01043-2. The others are still pending. Pierce and Kitsap are still pending. Okay.
Don't see them on the bench for now.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to close case upon service of jail time.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll conclude Mr. Williams' case. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Williams, you know, your Jeffrey Service, all of the permits coming up. Oopsie.
Next should be Miss Graham.
Okay. And Ms. Graham's got two matters on this. Is Marissa Graham. Okay, Ms. Graham, can you hear me okay? Ms. Graham, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Graham is here for pretrial on 35228 and 35229.
And Your Honor, this is gonna be a resolution by way of a guilty plea that I should, I believe has been sent to the court earlier today.
We're looking. And is it to just one of the cause numbers or to both?
It's to 3 possession of stolen IDs or possession of another's identity and dismissal of the other charge. Drug ordering, I believe.
So we haven't, did the city send the plea form to Judge Rosano?
I believe so, Your Honor. but
Okay,
I'll-
so she's not here, so if you can send it to the clerk. Clerks haven't received it.
I can forward it to the Madam Clerk if you like.
Thank you.
That should be sent.
What's wrong with his hair? What are you talking about? Hair's on point. I think it's Knob, not Gnob.
Mr. McMahon, there's no attachment on that email. If the city can just forward their copy, that would be great.
Should have been an entire chain that had it attached one at the bottom, but I'll just download it and send it to you separately.
Of course, Mikey shows up when I'm doing my hair bit. Hi, Mikey. What is this lady reading? I hadn't paused it either. My hair is so long. I can do almost any hairstyle that pops up. I know. I am not even close to having her hair. I had to make it look like this. If I took it down right now and didn't brush it, it would just be like sort of what people hate. They're like, is your hair just straight like that? Kind of is. I also don't ever blow dry it or brush.
All right. So, Ms. Graham, I do have a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in front of me. And you understand that today you're pleading guilty to 3 separate counts of possessing another person's identification. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. You understand what that charge means and what the city would have to prove for you to be found guilty of that?
Yes.
That's gross. Those are gross misdemeanors. So the maximum penalty for each one of those is up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to advise you of your trial rights at this time. These are the rights that you waive by pleading today. First of all, you're presumed innocent of all of these charges, and that presumption stays with you.
Hold on, Mikey. There is one button you need to hit, which is my like button. If you could please. And anybody who else has just arrived, please go ahead and clock in for your shift by hitting that like button. Jonathan, I wish my hair had body. It has no body. But I was literally thinking what we could do soon is have a day where y'all teach me how to do 80s hair. Because my hair can take it, okay? My hair can take it. Just like me, she can take a beating. And I just want to backcomb it and tease it a little bit, but I need some help. So we'll do that soon for a day. Anyways, but please, yes, hit the like button. We're going to finish this little bit of court here. I have a few questions to ask that I picked out from the therapy pack that are really fun that I think you guys will like, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. But again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being my friends and my chosen family. You all know that's true.
Unless and until the city can prove all the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you have a right to a jury trial. And the only way a jury could convict you is if all 6 jurors unanimously vote for guilt. You have the right to remain silent before and during the trial. You have the right to hear and cross-examine the city's witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf at no expense to you, but you never have any burden of proof. And if you went to trial and were found guilty, you could appeal the guilty finding. You understand by pleading guilty today, you're waiving all of those rights.
Yes, ma'am.
City's recommendation here on the plea for these 3 counts is to dismiss the other pending charge, which is drug loitering. On the sentence for these cases that you're pleading to today, they are recommending a 24-month suspended sentence, 364 days of jail with 360 suspended, credit for 4 days served. They're recommending that those run concurrently. The conditions of your suspended sentence are that you be on probation for 24 months, that you have no criminal law violations, notify the court of any change of address and keep your address updated with the court, appear at all future court hearings, and then obtain an alcohol drug evaluation and follow up with any recommended treatment. And your counsel is also asking that fees and fines be waived. You understand that that's what the city's recommendation is in this case.
I'd just like to point out, and all our court watchers, who everybody here is, let's be realistic. West Coast, they waive court fees so much more than they do back east. They seriously do. Also, her hair looks like 4-day dirty. Plus, I think, did I have a shower this morning? No, I think I had a shower yesterday morning where I washed my hair twice. So, you know, my hair's like 1 day dirty. It's nothing compared to hers. Hers looks like she was like, I'm not fucking getting in those showers at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also understand in sentencing, you don't have to follow that recommendation. I could sentence you anywhere up to the maximum time on each count, and I could run them back to back. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or made any promises to make you plead today?
No.
And you understand that these are criminal offenses and as such are convictions. And as such, if you're not a U.S. citizen, the convictions could negatively impact your ability to be in the U.S. Do you understand that part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a factual statement that's written in, and it says on September 7th, 2022 in Bothell, Washington, I knowingly possessed 3 pieces of identification belonging to 3 other people, and I did not have any of those persons' permission to possess their identification. Are those statements all true statements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is it your intention to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of possession of another's ID?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to find that Ms. Graham is knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waiving her rights today. She has a good understanding of the consequences and there's a factual basis. And so I will find her guilty. Does the city have anything to add to that sentencing recommendation?
No, Your Honor, nothing to add. We just request you follow this agreed recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, I'll hear from you.
The Bluzina factors involve lack of income as well as recent receipt of state benefits. I also know that she's going to have treatment to pay for. That's an affirmative condition that's likely to cost her some money. I don't know that she's covered by insurance that'll help in any way, shape, or form. For that reason, I'd ask the court to waive any non-mandatory fines, fees, or obligations. I think the agreed sentence is appropriate here. I'd ask the court to follow it.
And Ms. Graham, your attorney just spoke for you. Is there anything else you want me to know about or anything else you want me to consider?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, I am going to follow that agreed recommendation. Okay. And so you've got credit for 4 days. And I'm going to give you credit for that. And then let's see, I'm going to waive all fines, fees, costs, and assessments. You're going to be on probation for a period of 2 years. And the conditions are that you have no law violations, you notify the court of any change of address, and I am going to order that you obtain a substance abuse evaluation within 60 days. And begin any treatment within 45 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I think that is it. And do we give her a probation reporting date today? Okay. Okay. We're going to give you a date to report to probation. So it's important that you keep all those appointments. If you don't report to probation, that's the grounds for warrant. You don't want to do any more jail time on this. Okay.
Great, thank you, ma'am.
I am going to dismiss the drug loitering case. And you'll be released on that one as well.
Dark loitering? What's dark loitering? Is that like loitering in the dark, doing it with nefarious purposes? Like, what is dark loitering? In Washington State, somebody look it up. Yeah, and wash that hair within 24 hours of release. Loud, I love. You guys are hilarious. You make me laugh all the time. We joke, of course, but some of this stuff, like I told you guys the story of my identity being stolen, all my money being stolen, every dollar I had stolen. Like, it's not cool. Don't fucking steal people's shit. I'm not into that. Hustle, yes. Steal, no. His beard looked itchy, like he needs some beard oil. Is there not beard oil sponsored?
Probation appointment is going to be August the 29th at 10 a.m. You can do that by phone. So just make sure that you do that. You don't want to have a warrant issued, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Ms. George, enter yourself, please.
So yeah,
And then I
it
think the
popped
next
up
3
last
matters on
time.
the
Let's see
calendar
the
we won't be seeing, is that right?
They didn't transport Hess, Jura, or
Yeah.
Sabales.
So Hess, was that another refusal?
I
Hess
don't have
is
that information.
a 3A04134112.
For the docket, it says she was unavailable due to having court elsewhere.
Oh, okay. So I know there have been prior drag orders, but elsewhere, so we will set this, should we set this matter to Tuesday, the 22nd? Okay. Set it over to Tuesday, the 22nd and maintain. Okay, and then
I just
Darius.
want to make sure, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to make
No,
sure. Is there something holding Miss Hess on this case? Because she's at this point kind of racking up a lot of credit.
She's set for pretrial. There have been a lot of refusals. That. What else has she got going on? She's
It looks like.
Got South, she's warrants, showing warrant status of South District up in Snohomish. Huh,
It looks like bail was imposed on August 7th, so
okay.
so it looks like that's all set.
She's, okay, so she's racking up credit. Okay, and then for Darius Dura, this is set for arraignment. This is 3A0403471. And let's see, there, this is interlock, driving while suspended and trip permit. And reason that we're not seeing him today,
It says house. in
unavailable medical. Okay, so Tuesday. We'll maintain and set till Tuesday. 22nd, okay. And then the last matter we won't be seeing today is Sabrina Zavales, who was on earlier this week. This is 34978. This matter is set for pretrial. And I think the prior times have been medical and this is still medical. Okay, so we'll hold her till Tuesday as well. And maintain, okay. That concludes the in custodies. And then, Mr. McMahon, do you participate in the arraignments?
I don't really care. Sort of the only McMahon I really care about is like from wrestling. Vince McMahon. That was like definitely Mize's time zone. Anyways, guys, listen. We're not done yet. Don't worry. We have more court coming, but in between, we have a few of our fun and favorite therapy game questions that we're going to answer together as a fun little thing to do. Also, I want to let you know that I have my own Discord now, even though I still have a corner on Mayor's Discord and looking at legal stuff. Please be warned. I don't know. Should we call it lawless? Like, what should we call the area of my Discord? Don't be a crybaby because we don't wipe tears. That's sort of it. Like, you can cry in my office, but in the fight corner, you can't cry. Stand up guy, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Please make sure you've clocked in for your shift. If you're just getting here and this is your first shift, well, that means hit the like button. Let's go ahead. Like I've said before, you guys, I bought this game. It's called Therapy, and I bought it at a secondhand store before, and we have a great time asking these questions because, once again, they cite their sources, and we stan a game that cites their sources. We stand people that cite their sources. There's no reason, even when you operate on the internet, when you operate in the academic world, when you operate in the business world, there's no shame in learning from somebody else. So you need to go ahead and cite your sources, people. Anyways, let's go ahead and start with this question here. It says, sitting around a campfire, who is more likely to sit with their arms wrapped around their legs? A man or a woman? Once again, the question is, sitting around a campfire, who is more likely to sit with their arms wrapped around their legs? A man or a woman? Now, a side note, let's talk about s'mores because we're talking about campfires. I love a s'more. I believe I'm mispronouncing that. I don't know why. S'more, there's like less pronunciation I need to give it. What am I seeing in the chat? Woman, woman, woman. Mayor's safe word is meatloaf. Woman, woman, woman. Man from Katie Watson. Woman from Vicky. Sashina, who's talking about her cat eating bell peppers. Women, women, women. We're seeing women all across the board. And once again, the question was sitting around the campfire. And again, I think this really, like, how cold is it? Is it nice weather outside the campfire or is it cold? Who is more likely to sit with their arms wrapped around their legs? Would it be a man or a woman? And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is a woman. Women are 19 times more likely to assume this position than men. The site or reference for that is from Desmond Morris, in a book called Man Watching, a field guide to human behavior, which was published in 1977. Like I said, we cite our sources, even if they're old. S'mores are freaking amazing. I was a Girl Guide, okay? And as a Girl Guide, you are taught to make many items on the go in the forest. That's sort of the way it goes. Okay. Here we go. Good question. Good question. Again, another random person that we don't know. We had Melvin earlier before, and we have now Doris. Okay, folks, the question is, Doris, who's been down in the dumps lately, decides to move to another house. Does the move help her mood? Once again, Doris, whose name is Doris, okay, Doris, is down in the dumps lately, and she decides to move. Does the move to a new house help her mood? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat what you think. Do you know anybody named Doris? Does that person feel Doris shame because that's their name? Lisa's coming out with a no. Loud Elvis, same with no. I know, this game is like fucking old school. I'm citing sources, but out of date, and I told you that. Hey says, fuck that, she's probably more stressed. Big nope, tried that, says Katie Watson. Also, I feel a little bit seen because I have to move soon, and I'm like, oh, I'll be so great, I'll feel fine. Apparently not. Beverly's saying, depends. Credence and Mikey says, if she leaves her hubby behind, yes. They didn't put that out there. And it's not Dolores, Loud Elvis. It's Doris. Doris. Sashina says she'll think it will, but it won't. Bree says yes. Loud Elvis. Mulva? No, it's not Mulva. You do know a Doris, Bruce? That's good to know. Okay. She would most likely be less stressed and calm. I think you might be onto something there, Bree. I think you might be onto something there. So, once again, the question was, Doris, who's been down in the dumps, and I mean, because we're legal people, I would say objection, speculative, overly vague. What does down in the dumps mean? That's my legal answer. I'm not able to answer that because that's overly vague and means something to different people, so therefore shouldn't be taken as evidence. But they said, no, it probably makes it worse. Parentheses, risks of depression and even unaliving rise when people move. That's horrible. Is that real? Somebody better check that. That is from 1977, so that's way before I was born. So I'm not sure if that's real. But they've cited, yet again, or a different person, John Nicholson from 1977, a book called Why Do You Do What You Do? We talked about that one earlier. I want to get these books. New life goals, squad goals, get these books. Instead of using these for joint filters, I should probably keep them. Is that what I'm hearing to myself? That's what I'm hearing to myself. Okay. Here's a good one. How many times a day does the average person laugh? We have 4 choices for this one. Which 10 years before you were born, in 1977, you were born in 1987, Mikey? I know I failed math, but I don't think that's right math. Okay. Once again, how many times a day does the average person laugh? A, twice. Oh, what a life to live, laughing twice a day. Oh my God. Okay. B, 5 times. C, 10 times. Ooh, double that. And then D, 15 times. Once again, how many times a day does the average person laugh? A, twice a day, B, 5 times a day, C, 10 times a day, or D, 15 laughing times a day? Tell you when you're lying. You're born in 19, would that make, maybe I'm just fucked up. Anyways, I'm born in 1988. We all know that. I'm a 35-year-old lady. I laugh all the time. I laugh constantly. I can't even imagine, like, this doesn't work for me, but this is 5 times a day for Beverly. Beverly, how many of those laughs are here? Because I feel like you've typed an LOL once in a while. Maybe even an LMAO, if I'm so lucky. And they're not always about me. Sometimes the chat makes people laugh so much. Okay, I'm scrolling back up because I know how to scroll. Let's see here. D, all of the above from T-Rex. Depends on how often you look in the mirror, Lisa. Don't be mean to yourself. KLF is calling Mikey out. That's Mikey math. Beverly was born in 79. That's not sad, Beverly. Sashina is saying 5. Mayor is saying C, which was 10 times. Loud Elvis with D with 15. Katie Watson coming through again with the 10-time guess. T-Rex, objection, subjective. Sometimes I don't laugh. Sometimes you're autistic. No, all the time you're autistic. I didn't mean to be mean there. That's just true. MB thinks it's a low number. Credence and Mikey says 5 times. 2 or 5. 2 wasn't an option, T-Rex. Mikey, you say you laugh 147 times a day, but you get paid per laugh. Oh. Can we talk? Can I get in on that deal, please? Okay. Melanie, you actually LOL, and when you say you're dying, I'm hurting so bad from laughing. I laugh out loud too. When I say LMAO or LOL, I've literally vocalized by myself. Even when I say it in the chat, like that's 100p correct for me. I'm not gonna laugh at fake jokes or shitty jokes, but when I laugh, I'll tell you. Anyways, you guys, once again, for the final time, the question was, how many times a day does the average person laugh? Hold on. Did we skip over the most important part of this question? Average? I'm going to tell us all right now, none of y'all are average. You're all special. I'm being serious, though. The people here, you guys are so funny. You make me laugh every single day. So I really don't think that we count as average. I don't think that we're a good source to find out if we're average. Like, this is not average people. Like, I'm just telling you that right now. We're funny as shit, okay? But the average person laughs 15 times a day, which is good. I'm happy for them. But that's like sad a little bit. That's still low. I laugh way more than that. I mean, I bet you could count back. I've literally legitimately laughed multiple times in this live stream in the last 3 hours, right? Okay. Bree thinks the average person laughs about 5 times a day, maybe 4 to 3. I don't know. MB, I appreciate that. MB, last night you left a comment because you weren't able to be here for the live stream, but you said that I did a good job with that Hagen clip. I felt bad that it took me fucking 25 minutes. Sorry, Bree, but it took me fucking 25 minutes to get to like 4 minutes into that stream. But legit, sometimes I thought he said vasectomy. That will live in infamy in my mind forever. Because I was like, I've never heard somebody come to a child support arrearage hearing and be like, I got a fucking vasectomy. I was like, that is literally the best defense you could ever pop up with. Turns out he was saying discectomy or something. Sashina, you wrote it earlier. Oh my god. That was pure disappointment on my face. When I realized that, I was like, good fucking god. And I really thought he got snipped and did us all a goddamn favor. Okay, and he didn't. Okay, last question before we go on to the rest of court. It was time. Good play. Double or nothing. That's right, folks. Double or nothing. It's been shown that intelligence varies with the seasons. In which season are you at your smartest? Spring, summer, winter, or fall? Once again, it's been shown that intelligence varies per season. Which season are you at your smartest? Spring, summer, winter, or fall? Lisa, don't feel old because, first of all, I barely graduated. Let's remember that. I have my yearbook on the floor over here. Hold on. I don't know what year this is from. This is not from the year I graduated. This is 2 years before I graduated. Okay, so what are people writing? I've got fall from Katie. I've got summer from Lisa. I've got summer from Courtney. Winter says Bree. Fall, you're a Scorpio, Jonathan. Spring from Sashina. Spring from MV. Okay, Bree, my daughter was born. Hold on, are you born on the 8th of December? Because my daughter was born on the 9th of December. So that is a very lucky day. Season 6 of We Gotta Chase. Mikey. You guys are hilarious. That was your smartest season. Season 6 of We Gotta Chase. You guys, we gotta go back and watch that because apparently that was Mikey at his smartest. Let's keep in mind that I grew up with a double-barreled last name and my crazy first name that we all know. So we... Oh, there I am. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I'm right there. Oh, over there. Can't show pictures. Oh, whatever. Regardless, let's go ahead and take a look at what the answer was. Get your votes in now. Last chance to vote. When do you think that you are the most intelligent? That's spring, summer, winter, or fall. They have not confirmed which hemisphere you're in. And I think that probably has an impact. Like, if we're going to claim that the seasonality has an impact on your intellectual function, I don't think that you can declare that the hemisphere that you're in doesn't have an impact, right? Beverly was born in July. That's a good time to be born, okay? Fall from there. You're in yearbook in high school, Jonathan? Oh, I love that. I appreciate yearbook people. I really do. That's so awesome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the answer is you are smartest in the spring, followed by fall, winter, and then summer in that order. So that means all of us in the northern, are we in the northern hemisphere? Oh my God. We're in North America. I think it's the northern hemisphere. I think. Anyways, we're right now in summer, which is, we're dumb. We're dumb. This is why we're dumb. This is why we're dumb, guys. It's okay. I'm feeling dumb a little bit too. I think the heat does that to us. Okay, so this is reference to a... I'm not joking. If somebody sends me any of these books that I ever cite, I owe you. And you can ask for what you want, and we'll talk. But seriously, this book is called How to Size Up People from 1977 by John E. Gibson. Okay? What I would not give to read that book out loud to y'all. Okay? I'm grabbing other court here while we're doing that. Oh, true or false? The hungrier a person gets, the more they want company. The hungrier a person gets, the more that person wants company. True or false? What do you think? I don't even know the answer yet. I haven't even looked at it, but damn, when I am hungry, we've already talked about when I'm hungry, I am horny sometimes, and I'm absolutely into like combining sex and food, which is messy a lot of the time, but we've talked about that and we don't kink shame. Okay? But true or false, The hungrier a person gets, the more he wants company, or they want company. CRD, I think that you're like, no, I just want food. Sashina, false. Lisa, false. MB, false. Lisa, you're hangry. Loud Elvis, hungry or horny? Well, it's saying here, true or false, the hungrier a person gets, the more they want company. Now, what kind of company are we talking about here? Of course, my devious brain went to adult fun company, but that's probably not what they meant back in the 70s when this was made. Regardless. So Beverly's saying false. CRD says, when hungry, I just want to get my whip out. I bet you're a mean mistress when that whip comes out if you're hungry versus when you're full. You know, when somebody takes you for a nice dinner, it's nice. What type of hunger are we talking about? Again, these are questions that are not explained on the card, but that we can delve into further, which is why I love hanging out with you guys. So, last chance to get the answer in on this one. Also, I just want to point out, this is cited from the same book. We need to find this book, How to Size People Up, from 1977, written by John E. Gibson. Oh, again, I would love that. And the answer is true. True. The hungrier a person gets, the more they want company. That answer is true. Cited over to John E. Gibson, 1977, the book being How to Size Up People, page 59. We cite our sources, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are going to do one more bit of court before if you're a vampire, that's true. Again, guys, listen, don't, oh my God. Oh, I'm just gonna share. I can't even do it. I'm just gonna share. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this guy! What are both of them wearing? You guys. What is going on here? Oh, wow. Holy moly. I haven't even hit play yet. I'm just soaking it in. I'm soaking this in. Wow. Okay. This is in Bothell. I don't know what it is. I clicked on it. You know, sometimes the court gods shine. They go, okay, KCC, here you go. That's Elton John's little brother. It's Jesus. Of course it's a moving vehicle. Of course it's a moving vehicle. I think it would combo of both, Lisa. I saw him first without a shirt, but then I saw Buddy Elton John brother's glasses, and I was just like, oh my. At least he's wearing a seatbelt. That's all I can say, Lisa. Or sorry, Beverly, that's all I can say.
Mute myself. Okay, all right. Okay, good morning. We are here for the arraignment calendar and counsel. I see Mr. Parent, do you have a case you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. For the record, Sean Parent. I'm ready on Nicholas Murray.
Okay.
So, Mr. Murray, please go ahead and unmute yourself. It looks like he might be kind of really low on battery, so hopefully.
Okay.
Hey, my name's Nicholas Murray. I'd like to give you the peace sign. Weird grinder match. Mikey. Ah.
2%. Okay.
This is the matter of Nicholas Murray. This is from the 11 o'clock calendar, number 9, 11 o'clock calendar, 3A05188685. And this is driving while suspended. Second And counsel, are you acknowledging receipt, waiving further formal reading at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm entering a plea of not guilty.
Okay, I did review the problem.
Okay, but I believe he's guilty just based on the look. Also, where the fuck is he? Why is that woman in the background? Is he waiting at a ferry? Is he waiting in a ferry terminal? Because the only times I've ever seen passengers walking in the background like that is at a ferry terminal. What the fuck is going on here?
Probable cause statement. I'm making a finding of probable cause. I'm not sure. This was from July 30th of 2023. So I'll hear from the city regarding conditions and then from council.
The city's requesting standard conditions, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor. He and I went over what those would likely be.
Okay, so next hearing is going to be a pretrial. And is the city asking to maintain, or is the city in agreement to exonerate the bond that's been posted?
The city's fine with exonerating the bond.
And Your Honor, he can appear in person. I believe he would qualify for the public defender.
I'll appoint the public defender, will exonerate the bond that's been posted. The conditions are that he has no criminal law violations, no driving without license and insurance, notify the court of any change of address, and attend all court hearings. And then what I propose is the
CRD. I'm almost 80% convinced he's on a Gulf Island right now waiting for a ferry.
September 21st at 2:30 for pretrial. Does that work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we'll send you a notice and we'll see you at the courthouse September the 21st.
Okay, thank you. 1% power. That was perfect.
All right,
Made
great.
it. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. And then council, who else would you like to call?
We can address Paul Howson.
Okay, Mr. Howson. Mr. Howson.
Could Mr. Howson possibly do worse than Mr. Jesus? Also, what the fuck? You're in a car, get a goddamn charger. 1% battery in court? I don't do 1% battery. That actually reminds me, I need to plug my phone in right now. Plug your phones in, take your meds.
You can go ahead and join us. I think he's on the 11 o'clock calendar as well. Okay, there's Mr. Howson. Mr. Howson, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Howson's case number is 3A0570306. And I did review for probable cause. I am making a finding of probable cause for driving under the influence with a refusal. And counsel, have you received a copy of the complaint?
Your Honor, we will acknowledge receipt of the complaint and waive formal reading and enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay. And given the nature of the charge, I just want to review. Mr. Howson, is your true and correct name Paul Kelly Howson?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And is your date of birth October the 2nd of 68?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You are charged by a complaint filed by the City of Bothell with one count of driving under the influence with the allegation that there was a refusal. This is alleged to have occurred on or about August the 4th of 2023 within the City of Bothell. This is a gross misdemeanor with maximum penalty of up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. There's also mandatory minimums and potential license suspension and IID requirements. All right, not guilty plea is entered. I'll hear from the city regarding conditions and then from council.
The city is requesting standard DUI conditions. The city is also requesting an ignition interlock device based on the fact that Mr. Howson was involved in an accident and refused to test. He also has one prior DUI from 1990.
I'll hear from council.
1990? That's remote at best. That has to, you can't consider that. I'm sorry. 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020. That's literally 33 years ago. That's remote.
And Mr. Howson has no objection to standard conditions. I don't believe he's going to be driving anytime soon. I also believe that he would qualify for the public defender and can appear in person.
All right, so I'll appoint the public defender. Right now, I'm gonna order that he do have an interlock. He can sign a declaration of non-driving when he comes in for the pretrial. Does September the 21st at 2:30 work for the pretrial? Mr. Hausen, that would be at our courthouse.
September 21st, is that what you said?
Yeah, at 2:30.
September 21st, 2:30. Yes, will you be sending this also a notice in the mail? I did write it down.
Yes. Yeah, you're getting notice of this. Okay, so you'll be released on your promise to appear, but the conditions are that you have no criminal law violations. You notify the court of any change of address. You appear at your court hearings. I'm going to direct appoint the public defender, so you are to keep in contact with them. You are to have no alcohol-related infractions. You are not to drive without a valid license and insurance, and you're not to drive unless you have an IID in your vehicle. You are to not consume or possess any alcohol, non-prescribed drugs, or marijuana. You are not to be in physical control of a motor vehicle with a THC of 5 nanograms per mil or higher, or VAC 5.08 or higher. And you're not to refuse a reasonable request by law enforcement for a test of your breath or blood. So we will see you at court on September 21 at 2:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you're all set for today. Okay. All right. And then, and you can go ahead and sign off.
I'll try to do that.
It's okay.
I don't know how to operate these. I guess I'll do this and this.
There you go. Okay. All right. And then anybody else ready? Or are they all in breakout rooms still?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to address the Cadane matter.
Okay, sure. And that's a 10:30 or an 11? That's a 10:30, right?
10:30, yes.
Great. Okay. And this is the matter of CT Cadane. This is 3A0311920. And for the record, I did review the probable cause statement. I am making a finding of probable cause. And counsel, do you have a copy of the complaint?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe our office has received the complaint. We'll waive any further formal reading and our plea of not guilty.
Okay, not guilty plea is entered. Again, probable cause is found. I'll hear from the city regarding conditions and then from counsel.
City is requesting standard conditions.
And no objection, Your Honor. I've reviewed those standard conditions with Mr. Cadane.
Okay. So what we're going to do under the circumstances then is you're released on your promise to appear. The conditions are that you have no criminal law violations, you not drive without valid license and insurance, you notify the court of any change of address, and you appear at all your court hearings. I'm going to set the pretrial in this matter for September the 21st at 2:30. That'll be at our courthouse. You'll get a written notice in the mail. Okay. All right, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next we can address the Powell matter.
Okay, and Powell, I believe, is on the 11 o'clock. And this is the matter of Justin Powell. This is 3A027329. Mr. Powell has posted in this case 2,000. These are charges of driving while suspended first and failure to transfer title. And counsel, do you have a copy of the complaint?
We do, Your Honor. He is not in this Zoom session right now. I'm not
sorry.
sure where he went. I thought he was too. So maybe just take a brief recess until he joins us.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
I clicked the button. You should be in a moment.
Okay, sorry.
And he is now gone.
Did he give you a phone number?
Presto popped up, but so what?
No, I didn't get his phone number from him. I was speaking with Miss Hearn and she got disconnected. Is she in the break or in the waiting room? Okay, perfect. I'll break out with her while we're waiting on Mr. Powell.
Probably come back.
Yeah,
You want to break out with Ms. Ahern? Okay.
that'd be great. Thanks, Your Honor.
And I'm ready on Mr. Strosher.
Oh, sure. Great. That's on the 11 calendar. Okay. Mr. Strosher, okay, if you can go ahead and unmute and we'll go forward with the arraignment. Okay, so you're still muted, Mr. Strosher. Can you click unmute?
Here, okay.
There you go.
Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Can hear you fine. Yeah, this is the matter of Jeffrey Strosher. This is 3A0507-561, and this matter is set for arraignment. And let's see, looks like Mr. Strosher has posted 500 and counsel, do you have a copy of the complaint, Mr. Strosher's case?
Yes, Your Honor, we acknowledge receipt, waive formal reading, and enter a plea of not guilty.
Not guilty plea is entered. Probable cause has previously been found. I'll hear from the city.
City's requesting standard conditions. City's also requesting that Mr. Strosher does not return to the extended stay. And we have no problem with exonerating the bond.
And no objection to those conditions, Your Honor. And he can appear in person at future hearings, and I believe he would qualify for a public defender.
All right, so I will appoint the public defender. Exonerate the bond, so he's released on his personal recognizance. The conditions will be that he have no criminal law violations, that he notify the court of any change of address, that he keep in touch with his counsel and attend all court hearings, and that he not have any contact with the extended stay Bothell. We'll set pretrial for 9/21/23 at 2:30 p.m. All right, so Mr. Strosher, you're gonna get a copy of this in the mail. You're all set, and we'll see you at the courthouse on 9/21.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's everyone.
Wow. Part of that is I want to explain, like, we're going to continue watching this. It's boring. But that is part of the like curation of court that we as court content creators and also as a cool chat who's like, this is sort of where the creators hang out. And like, you guys are really cool. But seriously, a lot of court is fucking lame. It is literally paperwork. It is somebody, the judge, somebody, aka the judge, scheduling other court dates and then keeping that on track. That is, I've said it 1,000 times before and I'll say it 1,000 times again. Unfortunately, the position that a judge takes in a lot of the reality is a glorified scheduler, keeping things on track, somebody who they are accountable, like they are the accountable person for everybody else within the system. You know, we have disagreements in the chat about which judges we like, which magistrates we like. I accept that and I'm all for that. But I have to say, like, I do prefer the lean towards what Dismissal Dan does, which is, I guess, side with the little guy when the stuff isn't done properly, you know? We are, like I said, we are going to continue watching this. It reminded me a little bit of, part of why, like, court, first of all, let me say this. There is room on YouTube for everybody in this chat, their brother, their mother, their cousins, and everybody on their Facebook page to make a YouTube court channel. I could not care less if everybody did that. I'm not that type of person. There's no, like, possessiveness about this part of the internet that I'm on. That's not what I'm talking about. What I think is that most people don't realize is that it's actually very difficult to curate good court that is interesting and fun for people to watch. And so, capitalism, which is a beautiful thing, it's a beautiful American thing that has infiltrated its way to Canada. It works on YouTube, which means the good stuff, cream floats. The cream floats to the top and the shit floats to the bottom. And that's basically how YouTube works. Now, YouTube Daddy is like the dairy, the milkman who comes in and is like, well, actually, I really want this batch to sell. And so he sells that batch. That's just sort of the way that YouTube Daddy is. But in reality, if you're looking through court, there are thousands of hours of court streamed every single day. Not even a possibility that we could all capture the ones that we want to. I mean, I'm being serious. There are courts out there that stream that we don't even know about. And I sub to over 1,000 court channels. Okay? So please don't get it wrong. I'm never against somebody joining this genre, joining this sort of fight, if you will. But it's not easy. So don't pretend like it is. A lot of people make it look really easy because they're great at editing. I'm not one of those people. If you'd like a more realistic view of what it's like to be on YouTube, come and hang out here because we get demonetized. We do shitty editing. This is where we learn. And plus, if you have any questions, ask me, and I will literally do my best to always answer them. And I'm always honest with you. We're gonna continue watching it. The people are funny looking. No offense, people that are on the screen other than me and Larry. But I am the all-seeing court queen, Courtney. Honestly, I used to be stuck up watching court. I used to literally watch court, and I wouldn't watch certain channels because I was like, I don't want to be censored. I don't need to know what XYZ person wants me to know. I want to know what I want to know. And so that's why I always went to the source. That's how I am. That's who I am as a person. So I standardly would go to the source, but there's something to be said and actually such a great value in the community that we've built over time. CRD, I don't think you were here when I was talking about this the other day, but I literally met this lady who worked at the hotel in Houston. I call her a lady. She's just 19. And she, watched Judge Kim's court during COVID, as a fun thing to do, and knew people in there, including Lil Rodney and his mom. And we got to talking about this on the last day, and I thought, what are the fucking odds? She brought it up to me. I did my standard, yeah, we watch court in my kitchen, lame intro line. And she was like, oh, I used to watch this judge. And I was like, Judge Kim? And then we got into a real conversation. And I have her phone number. We've talked. But that was where I used to hang out on the internet back in the day. Every day, Judge Kim's court would come on, similar to it is with Credence and Mikey now, where I know it's almost like the Cheers bar. It's like, people are going to know your name. They're going to call you Chad when you walk in. Or they're just going to hang out and talk to you. And even if you're having a bad day, if you're having a good day, if you want to talk about something, you can do that. I knew I could do that in Judge Kim's court chat for some weird reason, but that's like Orlando Chiquita, Donna, a great friend that I have now, a real true friend. That's where we met. So when I'm sitting there talking to this girl who's just served me a Starbucks coffee and she's telling me that she knows Lil Rodney, I'm like, girl, go get your phone and bring it over here right now. And we're talking. And I got her number and she knew Larry Beaver. She was like, yeah, that name's familiar. I'm like, girl, And she labeled off Judge Porter and Judge Terry, and she was like, that stuck up mom. I was like, oh, PTA mom. Yeah, we know her. But again, the validation of meeting somebody in real life who's not freaked out that you watch court all the time is super validating. the randomness of that happening was just like a shocker to me. But again, Judge Kim's not on anymore, Bruce. And so that's why we don't watch anymore. She said about Rodney that he's still in jail, that she follows him on Instagram and follow his mom on Instagram, and that his mom is like really crazy on Instagram. I was like, girl, you've been serving me coffee for 3 fucking days and we never talked about this? And again, that's another ode to me, because it doesn't matter who you are, I guess, in my life. I'm going to tell you the important things to me. So I managed to start talking about court enough that she volunteered this information to me. Are you serious, Kay? I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. Wow. That's sobering. That's unfortunate. If anybody's not reading that, Kay has just mentioned that somebody's husband unalived themselves recently, one of the judges that used to be in the 323rd District Court, and that's unfortunate. That's a great reminder and segue once again to plug 988lifeline.org for anybody who's having an issue mentally, who has family members who have issues mentally. Please reach out to somebody. There are many, many people who are there who can help you with that. Don't be ashamed of that. I make fun of her in good fun. Never would wish that upon anybody. And I won't even make a joke about any part of that. Even though my sick brain has already made those jokes in my mind, I'm not going to repeat them. What I will repeat is, if you or a friend or somebody close to you needs help, please, please reach out for that help. If you have to come here and reach out for it, do that. I mean it. There's people out there and many people out there who suffer greatly every day, but that will help you through your day. I've been to therapists in my life. Like, let's be real. Let's talk. I've had therapy in my life. I wish I could afford therapy every day. Oh, I'd love to. Oh my God, I'd love to. But I can't. But therapists always ask you, have you thought about unaliving yourself? And the honest to God truth for me is no, absolutely not. Everybody around me knows we don't unplug the plug on KCC. I don't care how fucking far the odds are. Don't unplug the plug. My odds are that they'll figure it out the day after you unplug my plug. So we're not unplugging any plugs. Is that understood? Do I need to make a will that says that, Deborah Baker? Who's not here? No, but seriously, that's just me. And so fortunately/unfortunately, what that means is that no, I've never in my life had to contemplate unaliving. However, I know other people do. And so please reach out for help if you need to. That story started out as me traveling and finding other court people in the world, which again exists, but we in this sphere know, like, our families think we're crazy. Like, you don't think that my dad, like, if I had a channel where I was like, oh, Dad, I play video games, or like I do XYZ normal activity, he might be like, yeah, I'm willing to. But I'm like, hey, me and Fernando were wondering if you would come onto the court channel. And I'm like wondering why he doesn't want to come. Not really. I mean, sort of really. I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't want to go. But seriously, the most important thing is that I have a platform, no matter how small the platform is. If I reach one person where they're like, oh, I'm going to type in 988lifeline.org or whatever it is, good. Or whatever it is in the city that you live, there's something. I promise you, the internet will find it for you. It's a whole nother problem I have with the internet, because fucking Facebook and like other social media platforms absolutely know the precursors to people unaliving themselves. I'm 1000% sure of that. But I wish they would utilize that knowledge better in a helpful way. Courtney, agreed. That's what happens to me. People think I'm super secretive. I'm like, Secretive, if you want, I begged you to subscribe to my channel and you could watch me for fucking 4 hours plus a night if you were interested, but instead you choose not to and then claim that I don't say anything. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. But again, what I've realized recently is, not quite recently, but in life, is that you can only control yourself. You cannot control other people. You can't control your children. You can't control your spouse. You can't control your parents. All you can control is your action and reaction to other people's interaction with you. And I'll just be honest, since I stopped fighting with people when I was diagnosed with ADHD, began to be medicated for that ADHD, and therefore stopped seeking dopamine and serotonin via fighting, which was an absolute method I had created in my life to do that. And if anybody wants to argue with me, I'll take the dopamine. No, but seriously, like it's absolutely legitimate for people that have ADHD that you can get your dopamine by fighting with people, and then you walk off. Let's say you start your day like that, fighting with your mom, your sister, your dad, the taxi driver. And then all of a sudden you're off to school and you don't remember. Of course I won, Courtney. But you don't remember. But you've got the dopamine you need for that day. You get into class, you start doing your work. And then when you get home, the people that you fought with are hurt. Because they unfortunately don't have that either ability or disability to move past those types of interactions. And so I literally burned very, very many bridges as a young person, and even in my early marriage, my first marriage, because I was undiagnosed with ADHD. I would wake up in the morning on a Sunday morning. I remember this straight up. Absolutely positive. I'm not going to fight today. No, I'm not going to. It's Sunday. My daughter's here. My husband's here. I'm happy. We're not going to fight. And then, like an addiction, you do anyways, because dopamine is so valuable to your body. And when you have ADHD, you might start the day with 40 to 50% less than the average person. I remember the first day I took medication for ADHD and I thought, oh, wow. Oh, geez. Like, I immediately understood why people were so hurt by my actions over the years. Because with the standard dopamine or with a medicated level of hormones in my body, I was like, oh my God, you don't need to do X, Y, and Z. But at 27 years old, that was a little too late. Unfortunately. And so at this point, it's just me and Fernando and Larry. I wish I was kidding. I'm sort of kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm kidding-ish.
Everyone I spoke to.
Okay, and then we were waiting for somebody to come back, Mr. Powell to come back, right? He trying to get in. There he goes. I think, was it Mr. McMahon that was talking to Mr. Powell?
No, I spoke with Mr. Hernandez.
Oh,
I think it was Mr. Weistander that was with Mr. Powell.
okay, and he's in a breakout room with somebody else right now. Okay, hang in there, Mr. Powell. We'll get your attorney for you in just a second. And then has Mr. Lozano spoken with anybody?
Not me. Looks like he's still connecting.
Okay.
And good morning, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter speaking. Is there any update on Mr. Garcia?
Let's see. So Spanish interpreter was here for
Maximiliano Garcia, I believe, Your Honor.
Maximiliano Garcia for 11 o'clock. I don't see, he has not signed in. And I also see for Guerra Vasquez and Boyo Loza. And they have not signed in either. I think that's it then. Is that right? So Madam Interpreter, we thank you and excuse you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Perhaps we could address Mr. Hernandez. That should be a fast matter.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, can you go ahead and join us?
Yeah, hello?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, this is the matter of William Hernandez. This is 3A0509818 off the 10:30 calendar. This matter is here for arraignment for driving while suspended third and operating a vehicle without a title certificate.
And there's going to be a resolution in this case by way of an amendment.
City moves to amend driving with license suspended in the third degree to no valid operating license and agreed $200 fine under RCW 46.20.015. City also moves to amend operating a vehicle without valid certificate of title to no valid registration and a $200 fine under RCW 46.16A.180.
We have no objection to the amendments down from crimes to traffic infractions. We waive written filing and stipulate committed.
Okay, and so a total of 400, 200 on each. Okay. I'll grant the city's motion to amend infractions and are committed findings based on a stipulation and a $100. Mr. Hernandez, we're going to send the payment information out to you. Okay, and so that'll give you the arrangements.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're all set for today. So you're no longer facing any criminal charges. These are now heated traffic.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's see, Mr. Weistander, are you available? Mr. Powell is back.
Yeah, Your Honor, we can call the Powell matter.
Mr. Powell, if you can activate your video and unmute.
Mr. Powell, are you with us?
So Mr. Powell, we're going to have you join us. You can unmute and activate video.
Your Honor, I know Ms. Ahern is here too. We can call that matter.
Okay, there's Mr.
Oh,
Powell.
there we go.
Mr. Powell's
All
here
right.
now. Okay, Mr. Powell, can you hear me okay? Mr. Powell, can you hear me?
I can, Your Honor.
Okay, great. All right. This is the matter of Justin Powell. This is 3A0273292. Mr. Powell is here for arraignment on count 1, failure to transfer title, count 2, driving while suspended in the first degree. Counsel, do you have a copy of the complaint in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared to waive any further formal reading. I've gone over Mr. Powell's rights, the mandatory minimum penalties he's facing if convicted. I'd like to enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay, not guilty plea is entered, and just for purposes, because there is a mandatory minimum. Mr. Powell, do you understand on count 2, driving while suspended in the first degree, there are mandatory minimum penalties based on your prior history, and the maximum is up to 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. Do you understand all that?
I do.
Night, Bev. I hope you have a good night. I want to talk to you about video games soon. I've been playing some more video games lately. I want to do some streams where I'm doing gaming. So let's talk soon, because I want to play some games with you. I have some good couch co-op and other games, so let's talk. Anyways, thank you for being here, as always, Bev.
Understand, Your Honor.
All right, so not guilty plea is entered, probable cause has previously been found. Mr. Powell has posted 2,000, and I'll hear from the city regarding conditions.
The city is requesting standard conditions, and the city has no issue with exonerating the bond.
All right,
No objection, Your Honor.
okay. So, Mr. Powell, we're gonna set this for a pretrial for September the 21st at 2:30 p.m. at our courthouse. You are not to drive without license and insurance. You're to have no criminal law violations. You're to notify the court of any change of address, and you are to appear at all court hearings. And council, has the public defender already been appointed, or do you believe he's eligible?
Your Honor, I do believe he's eligible. I don't believe we've been appointed, so we would be asking for direct appointment.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender. Okay. So Mr. Powell, no driving. That's the basis for a very substantial bail in this case, as well as the basis for a new charge. So no driving. And we'll see you on the 21st. Okay. And
Your Honor,
then
next we can call the Ahern matter.
Ahern, okay. And this is Elisa Ahern.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is the matter of Elisa Ahern. This is cause number 3A0570307. And counsel, do you have a copy of the complaint?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'd like to waive any further formal reading and or plea of not guilty. Additionally, request direct appointment.
Okay, not guilty plea is entered. I will appoint the public defender, and probable cause has previously been found. I will hear from the city regarding conditions and then from council.
The city is requesting standard conditions. The city is also requesting that Ms. Ahern does not contact Emily Kaahue, Kaahue.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and it looked like there was also previously a recommendation to abstain from alcohol and non-prescribed drugs. Are you requesting that as well?
The city is not requesting that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Ahern, we're going to set the pretrial in this matter for September the 21st at 2:30 p.m. I've appointed the public defender to represent you. The conditions of your release on personal recognizance are that you have no criminal law violations, notify the court of any change of address, appear at your court hearings, and have no contact with Emily Kaahue.
Sounds good.
We'll see you at the
Does
courthouse.
that mean she can't contact me? Because that's the real request.
She has no contact order in place for her. If you want to seek a no contact order against her, you can seek a civil order, but you're not allowed to contact her.
I'm not trying to. Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor.
You in the courthouse September 21st. Okay. All right, and then the Lozano matter ready? Or not?
You're looking
I
for Lozano? Wilbur?
Mr. Weissander, have you spoken with Mr. Lozano? Or
have not. I'm not sure if Mr. McMahon or Mr. Parent have. I'd be happy to speak with him in a breakout room.
He is here.
I did not speak with him.
Sorry, so. Does Mr. Lozano need an interpreter? We didn't have any information that he needed an interpreter, so we let the interpreter go.
Do you need an interpreter, Wilbur? ¿Ocupas
Pues
interpreter?
estás interpretando tú, ¿no?
No, I can't do it.
¿Y quién va a interpretar?
Por eso, do you need one? Yes or no?
No, yo no necesito ni un nuevo,
Okay.
nada. Nada más ocupo que, nada más que me diga que me va a decir.
I think we should set this matter over for him to have an interpreter. So what we're gonna do, Mr. Lozano, we're gonna send you a notice of a new arraignment date, and we'll have an interpreter for you. You can appear by Zoom next time as well, but we want to make sure that everything's
Tiene clavos, oye.
have an interpreter.
Unos clavos ahí que-
Okay,
We'll send you a notice of the new date.
all right.
Okay,
let
so
him
he can
know.
go ahead and leave today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see. Anybody else on Zoom? No? Okay. Guess we can address some of the failures to appear. Let's see. Number one on the 10:30 calendar is Bowers. There was a prior bench warrant in the amount of 500. The summons was returned in this matter. Is the city requesting a bench warrant?
The city is not requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
You're requesting a resummons?
Correct.
Resummons Bowers. And then, let's see. Number 2 on the calendar, Jose Guerra Vasquez. There was a prior $200 bench warrant. This has been reset multiple times. Bond of $200 has been posted and he has not appeared. This is driving while suspended third. What's the city's position?
The city is not requesting a bench warrant, and we also are not requesting to forfeit the bond.
We will resummons one more time. Let's see. Fernandez is done. Hoyle Loza, Juan Hoyle Loza, 8Z0791876. This is an case with an expired bench warrant. The charge is failure to transfer title. The prior bench warrant in this case.
The city is not requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
$2,000. So we will resummons, yes. And then let's see, Corey Hutchinson, he's been resummons 8 times and has bench warrants elsewhere. This is 3A0212873. He has 2 outstanding warrants in other jurisdictions and he's been resummons 8 times. So I do think a bench warrant should issue and we'll issue a bench warrant in the amount of 500. Next matter is Anthony Isabel. There have been 2 prior resummonses and he has 2 bench warrants outstanding elsewhere. Bench warrant will issue amount of 500. Then Christopher Johnson, he's posted. This is Noval and failure to transfer title. He posted, but the summons was returned as not deliverable. And when did he post? He posted 200 in May.
The city is not requesting a bench warrant.
This is Johnson. Okay. Just a second, let me. He does have an outstanding bench warrant and another for 7,600. I am going to forfeit the 200 that he's posted and issue a bench warrant in the amount of 500. Let's see, the next matter is Frankie Kraus, and this is 2A005977. Mr. Kraus has 2 outstanding bench warrants, 2,500 and 5,100. And it's like in this case, he's had prior warrants in the amount of 200 and 500. So the court will issue a bench warrant in the amount of 500. Ty Low, 3A0491393. I don't see any prior warrants. This is a charge of driving while suspended third. We resummons. We can resummons again. Okay. And then Mauricio Maguire Alfaro, 3A0410568. And this is also driving while suspended third. I'm just going to look for warrants. Hasn't had a warrant in our case. He does not have any outstanding warrants currently. What about, let's see, I'm just checking for resummonses. We will resummons him again. Jalen Oldcrow, and that is 3A0373002. He had a prior, he hasn't had any prior warrants in this case. He has no outstanding warrants. Let me look for resummonses. We'll resummons him again. Let's see. Last name Purvey, 3A0432079. This is failure to transfer title and operating without certificate of title. And let's see, Purvey has no prior warrants. And in this case, only from May will resummons. Okay, and then on the 11 o'clock calendar, Maximiliano Garcia, the cause number 3A05700302. I did review for probable cause. I am making a finding for probable cause of failure to stop and give information to an officer. He also is set for arraignment on 3A05700304, which is the same charge as well as a no valid operator's license charge. And then there's an infraction that's trafficking along 3A05700305. I reviewed the probable cause for both of these. These are incidents that are 2 days apart, in which he basically did a very slow eluding, but a very lengthy eluding. And so I am finding that there's probable cause. And given the fact that these were 2 days apart and his behavior indicated that he was not willing to comply with the police in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to issue bench warrants in the amount of $5,100 on each one. And then he has time to respond to the infraction, right? You don't need to default that, I guess, yet. Okay.
And I believe he did have a bond posted on the second cause number. Would you like to forfeit it?
That'll be forfeited, yeah. Okay. And then let's see, we did Mr. Lozano, or we set him over. Next matter is Peter Marks. And this is 3A0605320, and Mr. Marks has posted 1,000, and he posted that on August 18th. Has no prior, it's showing as no warrants. I will go ahead and resummons him. Mr. Marks be resummonsed. Okay, and then Melvin Modis was set for a motion to quash. Mr. Modis is not on Zoom or in court, so the bench warrant will remain outstanding.
I'm sorry, I believe we talked about Melvin earlier. What the fuck is that? What is that on the screen? Oh, I moved it. Look at that. Control Z. Control Z. Okay, there we go. I was like, what the fuck is that? Didn't we talk about Melvin earlier today? We did, you guys. We absolutely did. Also, I put Bucky up here, Kay, just for you, if you're still here. Let's finish this little bit of court. We've almost been going 4 hours. See, I love hanging out with you guys. So to me, this is like what I look forward to during the day. Not what I'm like, oh God, I gotta stream later. It's like, yes, I get to stream later. Like it's my life. I love it. No, but it's the truth. Like I literally love watching court and I love watching it with you guys and I love like hanging out. And Fernando's great too, but let's finish up this case. We will end around 4 hours. I believe that People in Court is live, which you guys should all check out. You absolutely know court, like I've said before, court content is really hard. So please show love to all the creators that I feature on my page that I talk about. Please do that. And remember that it's free to subscribe and it's free to like a video. It's one of the best ways you can do it. Okay. Yeah, Hector's like, I left for 2 hours. You're still here. Again, like, yes. And Mayor's like, and being perverted. Yes. So those are my niches. Being perverted for a long time while watching court. Maybe, can somebody get me like an AI writing of that? Like, combine being perverted, watching court for a long time. We got to figure that out. We're going to finish this up. I don't want anybody to feel sad or scared though, because I will be back on tomorrow. I already planned a video for my dad to do. My dad's not going to do it, but we are. So don't worry about that. We have a really fun throwback video to juvenile court that we're going to walk through together and have a great time with. So let's finish this one out. And then we'll go from there. It's still light out where I am. That means there's still time for a booty call. No, I'm just joking. Although, let's like be realistic. I got sun today. Like, It was 68 degrees. 115 degrees in Texas. I managed to not get fucking, and watch, look what hat I was wearing today too. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming back. Fernando, come on. I need you. I need you, bud. Sometimes I need a co-host. Oh my God, he knocked shit over. Oh, KLF, thank you so much. That's awesome. But seriously, I was wearing this hat all day, protecting me, and like it didn't protect my shoulder at all. That's awesome, Kay. I thank you guys so much for posting that in the Discord, for being just like good people. It's not fans. You're not fans. You're just my family. You're my chosen family. And like, you're selling KCC likes, buy one, get one free. Use the code LE for discount. I love you, Loud Elvis. That's so great. Post another song on Discord, Hector. Honestly, I love going to Discord and listening to the songs that you guys post in there, because sometimes I hear shit I've never heard before and I'm like, I fucking love this. And then, like I've said before, I start jamming out to music and then I have to start a live and I literally have to mute everything and then start. One day soon, we're gonna have a place where we can play music. We're working on it. Anyways, let's finish this court. Then we'll go visit people in court. We'll do whatever we gotta do. I have a little bit of tippity-tappity workity to do.
And then finally, Ryan Smith. This is 3A05920099. And this is a charge of trespass 1. Probable cause has previously been found. Has an outstanding warrant. The same type of charge at Lake Forest Municipal in the amount of 500. This was he signed the order of release with this court date, so the court will issue a bench warrant in the amount of 500. I think that concludes the calendar. All right, thank you so much, everybody.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
You too.
Okay, well, that was it. Look at me, just fucking it up as usual. I'm joking. Listen, guys, I appreciate you all being here. Like I've said before, and I say it again, this is me. Whether I have 20 subscribers, 2 people in front of me, 200 or 2,000 or 20,000. This is who I am. This is who I'll always be. People ask me if I wish I could change it. No, I really don't. I like who I am, and I really enjoy interacting with people that appreciate me for me, and that's who you guys are. If you've had enough, you can leave. That's the beautiful thing about YouTube. You can leave. You can leave a mean comment if you want. I mean, it's still engagement, and I'm cool with it. Give it a dislike, go right for it. But, you know, the majority of comments, emails, and stuff that I get from people is so overwhelmingly positive. I have an absolute repository to go to be able to be like, hey, you don't feel so good today? Well, check out what this person just said. And it makes me feel great. And maybe I'm a simple person, but that's beautiful to me. And I appreciate that all of you provide that. Now, listen. Hey, you reminded me, I did double check that. I'm at 224, which means we are very close. I'll call it very close to hitting 500 subs. I appreciate all of you, each of the subs. More importantly, I appreciate you being here. But we're done for the night. We've done 4 hours. We'll be back tomorrow. And we're going to get back into the swing of things as we go, you guys. I appreciate you really like growing with me as I'm changing. In reality, I'm changing a lot of parts of my life, and this is one big one that is not going to change. It's going to stay the same because I appreciate all of you, and I'm really excited and happy as to what we've grown here. So don't worry about me changing. It'll just be the background. Okay? Now, remember, I love you. I'm proud of you. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay? I'll talk to you later, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And you're special. Don't forget it. You're special, my babies. Channel's going through puberty. Oh my God. Can somebody find the book My Body, Myself for Girls and post that on the Discord? Because let's do that together soon. Love you guys. Bye.